I am back for another day of live streaming on TikTok. It is Monday, June 15th, 2026. All right, I see my first chat of the day. It says, why is faith bad? Because faith means believing things without evidence. That's what I take it to mean. And I think it's bad to believe things without evidence. If someone says, take it on faith, that means believe it even if you don't understand it. Believe it even if you don't have proof. Even if it doesn't make sense. Just take it on faith. And that's not a good thing to do. What is the argument for egoism? First of all, what does egoism mean? It means living for yourself. And I think what that involves is pursuing your own happiness. And I'm not sure if there is an argument for that, or if it's just self-evident that that's a good thing to do. Why wouldn't you pursue your own happiness? Someone asked if I read Atlas Shrugged. Yes, multiple times. Somebody is requesting to join. Okay, I want to get the cue. Last time, it took about 3 people to request to join until I saw an option on the screen to display the queue. So maybe that's happening again. The first person who requested... Oh, here we go. Now I see it. I'm pretty new to TikTok live streaming, so I'm still figuring out how it all works, but I found the queue much faster this time. It took many minutes, but I've got it now. I see 3 people have requested to join. And maybe I should, before I take any callers, maybe I should continue engaging with chat a little bit more. So you define egoism as pursuing your own happiness. I don't know if I would say I define it that way, but I do at least think egoism involves that. If you are living for yourself, I think that implies you are pursuing your own happiness. I'm trying to find some chats to engage with. Some good chats. Not every chat is one that I necessarily want to engage with. I wonder if there's a better way to display the chat. We already got 54 people here. Wow. Thank you. It's so much easier to get an audience on TikTok than it is on YouTube. Most of my experience streaming is on YouTube, but so far I've gotten a lot more viewers on TikTok. Oh, so I should say this. If you want to get priority in terms of getting your chat addressed or your call taken, then you can send me some money. I have a PayPal account, Dan Norton 11, and I'm trying to make money at this. So we can engage in a trade, a win-win relationship. You give me a value and I give you a value. And the more value you give me, the more value I give you. So if you want me to give your call priority, then you can send me some money and I will bump you up in the queue. Actually, let me open my email so I can keep an eye on my PayPal account. And I want to see if there's another way to display this chat. Okay. So if you want me to give your call or your chat priority, send me a PayPal. I have PayPal linked from my YouTube channel, which is linked in my TikTok bio. But maybe I can also drop a direct link in the chat. I don't know if I should do that. And then I could pin that. Okay. Let me try that. Violation warning. Your live is flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior. Repeated violations could result in your live being discontinued. That message just popped up on my screen. Why is my live being flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior? Is that because of something someone said in the chat? Or is that because someone reported me as doing that? Someone trying to get me in trouble? Why is my live flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior? Midwest Commie. Well, hopefully my live stream doesn't get taken down, but a message just popped up, which I read to you, that says my live was flagged for hate speech and hateful behavior, and I don't know why. So I guess if I if my stream crashes or it gets stopped, then maybe I'll start a stream on YouTube. You can go to my YouTube account, Dan Norton 1, and yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. If my live gets disconnected, I'll go over to YouTube. I don't know how it works over here. I've never seen something like that before. All right, well, maybe I'll just go as long as I can. Last time I did a 4-hour stream, longer than 4 hours actually, Wednesday last week, and I posted it on YouTube. So if anyone is interested in seeing that stream, that was my first big stream. I titled it, Ayn Rand fan makes his first big splash in the world of TikTok debate. That's what I titled the video on YouTube. All right, Midwest Commie, you're doing a lot of chats. Am I going to have to block you? Someone said you were spamming stuff. So if you do too many chats, I might have to block you or time you out. I don't know. Can I time people out? See, on YouTube, there's a way to time people out for 5 minutes or 24 hours or something. But I don't see an option like that here on TikTok. It's just, oh, I can mute the account. Maybe that's an alternative to blocking. Oh, yeah, muting. I can mute for 5 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, or the entire live. So if I see what looks like spam, if it looks like you're abusing the chat, then I will either mute you for some amount of time, maybe the entire live stream, or I might block you. There's so many chats here. I get way more chats here on TikTok than I do on YouTube. Now I got 4 people requesting. Including, well, I don't know if I should say the names, but if I see something from you in chat that makes me suspicious, then I'm less likely going to take your call. Are you going to request people up? I do plan to take calls, but I'm easing into this. I don't necessarily want to take calls immediately. If I take my time screening callers, maybe I'll get better calls. So last time I spent quite a while screening calls. Well, not screening in the sense of having a discussion with someone offline before bringing them on, but just looking them up, looking up their profile on TikTok to give me a little sense of who they are. Thanks for the likes. I see it's up to 1K likes. I think there are too many chats for me to read them all. And some people give up on requesting up. Like they'll be in the list of requesters for a while, and then they'll drop out after a few seconds or a couple minutes, so maybe some people aren't very interested and they give up very quickly. So that could be a reason not to immediately take calls. Maybe some people will screen themselves out. I just saw a little thing appear above my head that says join my fan club. I've never seen that before. I've seen that appear on other people's lives where sometimes images will appear like a hat and mustache. I guess that's a kind of gift you could send. And I see there's... but that's the... I don't think I got any of those last time. I got the kind of floating animated emoji thing that popped up. I forget what it was, but I didn't get the kind that like appears on my head or on my face. And I just saw that for the first time. But I couldn't see the full thing because I guess my image was blocking it out. My list of topics. So for anyone who doesn't know, I'm an Ayn Rand fan. And I have been streaming on YouTube for about a year and a half. And I've had a YouTube channel for about 7 years. But I just started live streaming about a year and a half ago on YouTube. And I started live streaming on TikTok. Well, I've done it maybe four or five times. But I didn't really have a lot of engagement until my last live stream from Wednesday last week. Thanks for the heart me lost in the rose. I don't think I'm going to take Midwest Commie's call, at least not right now, because of the way I've seen him engaging in chat. I think he was the one spamming lots of comments, and that's at least one reason. Also, I think there might have been some disrespect. I'm not sure. So I do want to have civil engagement here. So if someone is disrespectful or rude, then I will not want to have a conversation. Davey says, debate someone right now or I'm reporting you for fake engagement. This is my live stream. I can do what I want. Maybe I should block you for saying that. It just went down to three people in the list. Maybe some people gave up because I said I only want to have debates if they're civil. See, maybe I can get higher quality conversations, if I take longer to screen people, if I take more time in deciding who to have a call with, maybe I will get better calls, higher quality calls. Someone says, I'm patient, bruh. Yeah, I see you're in there, offbeatkoti. Let me take a look at your channel. No bio yet. What are you interested in talking about? Individualism? Okay. That might be good. What's your take on individualism? Are you pro-individualism, anti-individualism? Something else? I'm looking at different parts of the chat. Individualism. Could you tell me what your take is on individualism? We dropped to 25 viewers. Yeah, maybe people got bored because I wasn't taking a call. It was at 80 viewers a while ago. Well, maybe only the people who are seriously interested will stick around. If the audience is just full of trolls, then there's not really value in that. So quality and not just quantity matters. At 20, we are a quarter of the population. Oh, might be because of the flagged live. Oh yeah, that might. I forgot about that. Why did my live get flagged? Is there let's see. I think I should have an email associated with my TikTok account, but let me log into my. I'll look on my app on my phone and see if I got any messages from TikTok about the live being flagged. I don't see any messages about that. I want to do a quick Google on that. Why did my TikTok live get flagged for hate speech? Your TikTok live was likely flagged because automated AI moderators detected words, phrases, or audio deemed to violate TikTok's countering hate speech and behavior policy. Well, it couldn't have been from what I was saying, I don't think. So it was either something somebody said in the chat or something on my backgrounds. I don't think I say anything on my background that should be considered hate speech. I mean, I don't even think hate speech is a valid concept, or at least I question whether it is. But I don't think there's anything on my backgrounds that would have triggered it. It's just my opinions. And I had basically the same background last time I did a live stream and I didn't have this problem. So I think it must be because of something somebody said in the chat. So if I see stuff in the chat that looks like it might be getting me flagged, getting my live stream flagged, then I might delete that or mute you or block you. Common triggers during a live stream include slurs and derogatory terms, using language that disparages or attacks individuals based on protected attributes, race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or disability, sweeping stereotypes, generalizing or making derogatory statements about a specific nationality, ethnicity, or demographic group, reclaimed words that are typically acceptable in certain contexts or communities can still trigger automated flags if the AI detects them being used as an attack. Chat interactions. If you were reading comments aloud or a guest on your live said something hateful, the AI may penalize your stream for hosting that language. Okay. I don't think I've done anything like that. It's a joke context. TikTok's AI does not usually factor in sarcasm or comedic intents. What you can do next. So it didn't say anything about text chats. Maybe, I don't know, does it not factor in what people type in the chat? It did say chat interactions, but then the explanation of that had to do with what I was saying or what guests are saying aloud, not just text chat. So I don't know if it factors in text chat. What you can do next, check your inbox in the app for a notification about the violation. If you believe the flag was a mistake, tap the notification and select the option to submit an appeal. All right, well, so far, I haven't seen any notifications about a violation in my inbox. I just got this dialog box that popped up in the middle of my live stream window. Well, let me ask the AI this. Can a TikTok live stream get flagged for hate speech because of what people say in the chat? Yes, your TikTok can be flagged or banned because of what viewers type in the comment section. TikTok holds the host responsible for the entire live stream environment. This includes managing user-generated chat content. All right, so maybe that's what happens. So mass reporting, that can also cause it. All right, so maybe I'll be more strict about moderating the chats, or maybe I'll invite someone to be a moderator. Okay. And I guess if you get banned, you can, and you think it's unfair, you can email me with a screenshot of what you wrote, and you can try to appeal the ban, and maybe you can convince me to unban you. There's an email you can find on my YouTube channel. Okay. So who do we have left here? It's been whittled down a lot. Maybe it'll pick back up if I take a call. I had a conversation with a communist in my last live stream, but at a certain point she became condescending, and then I ended the call. Okay. Offbeatkoti, you said you wanted to talk about individualism. Did you ever tell me what your view on that was? I wasn't looking at the chat for a while I was researching the flagging issue. I said neutral, but I want to ask more. Okay. I'll take offbeatkoti's call first. All right, and I think I'm going to penalize Midwest Commie for his spam, and maybe for some other comments too, by muting him for a while. What are you spamming? LeMayo can't debate. See, that's a false assumption. And when you're laughing like that, that's makes me think maybe you're being disrespectful. You're not taking this seriously. So that gives me, you've shown it to be true. Okay. Pretty bad inferences there. So I'm going to mute you, or should I block you? He left the live. Oh, I guess he did, because he's no longer in my list of guests requesting. I didn't block him or mute him, but he disappeared from my list, so I guess you're right. And maybe if he comes back, I will mute or block him. Okay, here we go. Offbeatkoti.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, I had a pretty easy starter question. I wanted to hear your thoughts on Max Stirner.
Max Stirner. Well, I haven't read Max Stirner. I've only heard a little about him secondhand, so I can't comment on him based on firsthand knowledge. But what I've heard about him is that he's some kind of egoist, but a very different kind of egoist than I would support. Ayn Rand also, who I do support, promotes egoism, but sometimes she calls it rational egoism. And I'm doubtful based on what I've heard that I would consider Stirner to be a rational egoist. So I'll just say that much for now.
All right. Then I have a question about what your critique of the collective is. Why are you an individualist? What's the issue with a collectivized society in general?
Well, I guess it follows from my egoism that I support individualism. I think individualism and egoism are similar concepts, but maybe not identical. But my purpose in life is to pursue my own happiness. I don't see any reason to pursue anything else. I think that that's the most important thing. And I think it's true for everyone. Like, I think it makes most sense for you to make your own happiness the highest value and for anyone to do that. And I think that means what's most important is your life as an individual, not some group or collective, you might call it, to which you belong, where you place the, like, if you could somehow make the group better off by destroying your own life and happiness, I would say, I'm not doing that. I don't care primarily about the group. I care primarily about myself. So I just don't see any reason to place any value above my own life as an individual.
You had mentioned that your goal was to ultimately ensure your own happiness. Let's say that someone wanted to ensure their own happiness to the highest degree, and for whatever reason, they found they were most happy taking away things from others. Would that still be, in your sense, good if they were to actively harm someone to feed their own happiness?
Yeah, I think it would be good. I would question though whether it actually is in their interest to harm others. I think it's often um, a caricature view of selfishness that people hold, or self-interest, or of egoism. I think it's the stereotypical or the conventional view of egoism is that you're a rude jerk, you trample on other people's rights, you lie, you cheat, you steal, you murder. Um, but I think those are actually self-destructive actions which undermine your own happiness. But if you just stipulate as a hypothetical, if doing all of these things furthers your own happiness the best, yeah, then I guess I would support it. But I don't think, in fact, acting like that is in your own interest, and I don't think it will further your own happiness.
But if it was, like you said, murdering, lying, and cheating and stealing, if it made someone happy, there was no issue in them doing it then, as long as it's for their own happiness?
Yeah, I don't see a problem with it. But I think you could say the same thing about other ethical codes as well. Like, if you're an altruist or a utilitarian and you just stipulate, well, if murdering someone enabled the greatest happiness for the greatest number, that's the utilitarian slogan, then would you murder? Well, the utilitarian has to say yes. Or an altruist whose moral goal is service to others. If somehow murdering one individual best served other people, would you do it? Altruist has to say yes, I do it, because that's his standard. So I would say the same kind of thing about for an egoist. Yeah, if murdering someone ended up giving the best result for an individual, yeah, I guess that person should do it. But I just don't think, in fact, that it would end up well for that person. I think
Are
it
you a hedonist?
hedonist.
Like,
Well, it
yeah,
depends what you
sorry.
mean by that. If that means just pursuing whatever you want in the moment, just being a whim worshiper, that's a term Ayn Rand used. No, I think it's important to consider long-range consequences of your actions. And that's part of why Ayn Rand sometimes talked in terms of rational egoism. It's not just irrationally following whatever desire you might have in a moment. You have to think carefully about what actually is best for your life. So if hedonism is inconsistent with that, then no. But if all you take hedonism to mean is someone who takes pleasure, where pleasure is construed in a very broad sense, not just physical pleasure, but also psychological pleasure and happiness. If a hedonist is someone who takes pleasure in this broad, very robust sense as his highest value, then yeah, I guess I could be a hedonist in that sense. And Rand says that happiness is the highest moral purpose, so maybe you could interpret Rand as a hedonist if that's what you mean. But she explicitly rejected hedonism in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. But the way she was interpreting hedonism there, I think, is the kind of whim worshipping, range of the moments sort of mentality.
I see. Well, thank you for taking time to talk to me. I do have to go now, but it was very nice to hear your insights. You have a nice day now.
All right, you too. Thanks for the call. All right. Oh, Bree is here. Hello. Okay, I've got two other people in the chat, or in the guest request list. Thanks for sharing the live. Libertuga. Yeah, I see you requested to join. What would you like to talk about? And there's one other person in the request list. Let me look up Libertuga's profile. PhD in economics. Spanish speaker, I guess. Economics and politics, it says on your profile. Oh, Portuguese. Oh, you want to talk about egoism? And the mind is the other person. What do you want to talk about? The mind. I think I saw some chats from you earlier. It's been a while though. Do you want to debate or not? He says. That was a while ago. Do you think you may have created your own religion? That's another comment from the mind. Not sure why you ask that. Okay, well, I don't know if I should keep scrolling to look for more chats, but right now, I think I'm going to take the other person first, at least. Libertuga. I'll gladly explain myself, no disrespect at all. Okay. Well, I don't know if I'll see your explanation unless you do it right now, because once I get on a call, it's hard for me to also look at the chat. though maybe I need to, so that I don't allow things in the chat that will get me flagged. You'll just have to take the call. Oh, you can't explain yourself in the chat? I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. How do I make somebody a moderator? Because I might want to do that actually before I take this call. If I right click on these three dots, it doesn't give me an option to make somebody a moderator. Let me Google that. How do I make someone a moderator on TikTok? Add them before or during the live broadcasts. Tap the viewer's comments or tap their profile picture in the chat. Select the More or Manage button. Tap Add as a moderator. Okay. I see you, Bree. I appreciate that you're offering to mod. Yeah, I think I'll take you up on that offer if I can figure this out. It says to click on your message or your profile. I'm clicking on your profile. Oh, here's the three dots. Okay, here we go. I'm going to add Bree as a moderator. Okay, now it's giving me some options. Allow moderators to turn on or off comments and block keywords. Mute accounts, block accounts, pin comments. Manage guests. Add or remove guests. And manage their cameras and microphones. This access doesn't apply to gaming live streams. Okay, I think I'll leave that one off, about the managing guests. I think I can do that part, but I'll leave all the others on, so you'll be able to turn on or off comments and block keywords. Well, actually, I don't know if I want that one. I'll give you the power to mute accounts, block accounts, and yeah, I think that should be enough. Mute and block accounts. So we'll try this for today and see how it goes. Okay, I've just made Bree the moderator today. She sent out the live. Thank you. So I got flagged. Maybe it was before you joined the live stream, but maybe 5 or 10 minutes into the live. I started, I don't know, 49 minutes ago it says. So maybe about 10 minutes into it, this message popped up that said your account or your live stream has been flagged for hateful comments or hate speech or something like this. And I mean, it didn't kill the stream, but I guess it's there's a danger of that possibly happening if I don't have some moderation, because apparently a hate speech message like that can be triggered by things people are saying in the chat if certain language is being used. So hopefully I won't have any more notices like that. You might need to restart then. That's why you have no one in here. Oh, yeah, I've seen creators do that sometimes. They restart their stream. Maybe that would be a good idea. So I guess if there's a flag hanging over my stream, maybe TikTok isn't sending it out to as many people. Yes, you need to restart the live if you get that sort of notification. Okay, well, Bree is more experienced at this than I am, so I think I'm going to follow her advice. I've only known Bree, I don't know Bree except for the fact that she sent me a DM. I've only seen her in a TikTok live and seen a few DMs, and I went to her channel. So this is not like someone who I know personally outside of TikTok at all. But she's the one who I know best here, I guess. So I like her idea. So what I'm going to do, Libertuga, I would like to take your call, and but I think I should restart the stream first. So hopefully I can do that very quickly. I'll just end this stream and I'll try to immediately start a new stream. And once I do that, I will, if you're there, Libertuga, I will take your call. And maybe I'll post this on my YouTube channel or not later. I'll decide that later. But anyways, okay. Well, thanks everyone for being here. And let me just close down the stream, and I hope to see you very soon in a restarted live stream. And I don't know if I'm going to have to re-ask Bree to be mod again or if that carries over, but it's not a big deal either way. All right. See you soon, hopefully. Okay. I am back for another live on the same day, Monday, June 15th. 2026. I started my first live about an hour ago, but the live stream was flagged by TikTok for hate speech. I'm guessing because of some things people were saying in the comments. So someone suggested that I restart the live stream, and maybe that way the live stream would be pushed out to more people in the algorithm. And that seemed like a good idea. And I chose someone to be a moderator to address any problematic comments in the chat so that hopefully it doesn't get flagged again. So hopefully it'll work out better this time. I see Libertuga is back in the chat. He was the person who was in my guest list, someone who had requested up, and I said I was going to take a call from him. I just want to make sure my moderator is here, Bree, because when I'm on a call, it's hard for me to also focus on the chats. So before I take this call, I want to make sure my moderator is here. And where's my list of viewers? Okay, I don't see Bree yet, but hopefully she will show up soon. In the meantime, I can look at the chat and read some of the comments. Someone says, oh, do I need to change my mic? Am I still using my podcast mic? Yeah. Okay. That didn't change. I assume you all can hear me okay. Let me know if you can't. Someone says capitalism is good, but abortion isn't. Someone else says, I agree with everything except I'm agnostic on abortion. So people are reacting to all the things on the topics on my backgrounds. Someone says, I have OPAR, Virtue of Selfishness, ITOE. Those are some acronyms for objectivist books. Objectivism, The Philosophy of Ayn Rand is OPAR, and Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology is ITOE. Are there other objectivist books you recommend? Yeah. Well, all the fiction for one thing. Atlas Shrugged, The Fountainhead, Anthem, We the Living, and all the nonfiction Ayn Rand published. Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, that's another one. The Romantic Manifesto. Oh, I see somebody just requested to join, but it's not Libertuga. Nathan Hale is another person who requested. Someone with a Sam Cedar profile picture is the first person who requested. Nathan Hale, your name sounds familiar. I think I might have seen your name somewhere before. Oh, is that a historical person? Maybe that's... I gotta Google Nathan Hale. Oh, American soldier and spy during the American Revolutionary War. Is Bree here? My moderator is not here. Where'd you go, Bree? What is this? Notification. Four, 6, 0, 6. Can I invite you to join? All right, I guess I'll invite you, even though my moderator is not here, but I will have to take a look at the chat every once in a while since I don't have a moderator here right now. Someone says, I recall you calling into the majority report. I remember you calling into the majority report. Yes, I've called in the majority report 7 times. Okay, you can request up, Libertuga, and I'll take your call. And I need to also keep an eye on the chat. Oh, can I invite you instead? I don't see the button to request. I can try. I've never done that before. Let me see. How do I invite you? Oh, maybe this is... All right, I'll try clicking on this. Maybe this will do it. Invited.
Hey, man.
Hey, this is Libertuga.
Yes. Thank you so much for accepting my request. Well, actually, I didn't request. You invited me to join. I didn't see the button for some reason.
Oh,
anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, I would be interested in discussing a bit or knowing your thoughts on egoism.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, I always struggle to determine whether someone is being an egoist or not, even if they claim they are not. Like even if they claim they are doing something for altruism, I mean they're doing it for a reason, even if it is to kind of make their moral conscience feel well. So I mean ultimately they're being egoists. No?
You mean everyone is being an egoist always?
Well, no, it's like, okay, maybe that is the extreme case. Maybe not everyone, but how should I determine whether someone is being an egoist or not? Because I think that's essential to determine whether egoism is good or bad.
Well, so how do you determine if someone is being an egoist? Well, I think first you need to figure out for yourself, am I being an egoist? And what does it mean for yourself to be an egoist? And then you could use that to judge whether someone else is. Like if you know in your
Mhm.
own mind, well, it's good for me to eat food and get clothing and shelter, have a job. And then you see somebody else who's not doing any of those things. So maybe it's a beggar on the street and he doesn't have any clothes and he doesn't have any shelter, doesn't have a job, he doesn't have any food. You might think, well, it's very clear to me that those are good things to have. So if he doesn't have them, maybe he's not achieving his self-interest. He needs to be doing something differently. Something's not working well for him. So first, I guess you figure it out in your own case, and then you can use that as a basis for helping you decide if someone else is doing the things they need to be doing. Because we're all humans, right? So we all have some things in common. We're not all identical, but we have some basic things that are universal to all of us. So that's at least, I think, part of the answer.
Okay. So let's zoom in on the first. Let's first try to understand whether I am being an egoist or not. So suppose I see a beggar on the street and I know I feel well giving them money, and or maybe not money itself, but maybe giving something that I think maybe further their life, and I give them the money or whatever. Well, if I feel well, I'm being an egoist, am I not?
If you give them money,
Yes.
so you
If
feel
I feel
well, you feel
well,
good
I know I
giving
feel
them
well.
money.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. What do you think?
I don't think it necessarily means you're being an egoist. I think just because something makes you feel a certain way doesn't necessarily mean it's in your long-term self-interest. Like it might make you feel good to eat a bunch of junk food right now, eat a lot of ice cream and cookies and cake. You feel really good in the moment, but later you might get a stomach ache or maybe
Right.
some other health problem. So I don't think you can just look at some momentary feeling. You have to consider, how does this action fit into the entirety of my life? And that'll give you a better idea of whether it actually is good for you.
I see. So if suppose I set up a charity or something, and with the goal of making people better, because I get I think I will have a rational future gain, then I would be being an egoist. Or if if I help my brother because I know this will strengthen our relationship and I may get a good bond, fraternal bond in the future, then I'm being an egoist.
Yeah, it sounds like you could be, at least potentially you could be an egoist if you decide you've considered everything, all the long run consequences, and overall it seems like this is the thing that would be best for your life to strengthen your relationship with your brother or to run this charity. Yeah, I think that could be an egoist thing to
Right.
do.
So I guess that my concern is I will never know whether something that I'm doing is whether I'm being an egoist or not. You know what I mean? Like I may kind of know that maybe it's in myself a long run self interest, but I may not know either. How do you in your life determine whether you're acting on your rational self interest? If I may ask, maybe I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to be personal, and that's fine.
Okay, I just want to take a quick look at the chat because I see my moderator got here. Bree is now here, and I see that she has blocked someone. I would just want to make sure she was here and that her moderator privileges are still active, and apparently they are. So
anyway, Dan, I'll go now, but I watch your lives frequently. I'll probably will want to join you to discuss free will. I think
Okay.
you had a really nice discussion last time. So I guess I really like your account, and so I guess we can keep on talking to each other maybe in the
Okay.
future.
Yeah, sure. I appreciate it.
Great to
Thanks.
talk, and thanks for your insights.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for your call.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so I'm glad to see that the moderation is working, because when I'm on a call like that, it's hard for me to also look at the chat. So I need someone else to keep an eye on it and weed out things that could potentially get my account flagged. So thanks, Bree. So the last question he asked, if I recall correctly, it was, how do I judge whether something is in my own self-interest? And I think I might have addressed that at least partially already, but maybe I could say a bit more. I think pleasure is where we first get our idea of good, and pain is where we first get our idea of bad. So we come into the world as infants with a pleasure-pain mechanism built into us. And we have no choice about what gives us pleasure and what gives us pain. So drinking milk, for instance, might give a baby pleasure. And if the baby is dropped on the floor, that might cause it pain. And it didn't choose to feel pleasure in the first case when it drank the milk, and it didn't choose to feel pain when it was dropped on the floor. That's just, those were givens. So it's not up to our choice when we are infants as to what gives us pleasure and pain. And I think that provides an objective basis for these concepts of good and bad. So a baby doesn't just arbitrarily decide, oh, when I drink the milk or lick this ice cream cone, it's going to make me feel, it's going to taste good. No, it just does taste good. He finds that it tastes good. He doesn't choose arbitrarily for it to taste good. And likewise, when he's dropped on the ground or scrapes his knee on a rock, he doesn't choose. He doesn't just arbitrarily decide, when I'm dropped, it's going to hurt. It's going to feel bad. No, it just does. So good and bad are givens at this very basic level. And I think that's where we get our concepts of good and bad. Originally, it's from the experiences of pleasure and pain. And Ayn Rand makes this point in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. And it makes sense to me. So I think this is where you can start to get an idea of self-interest or egoism. How do you know when something is in your interest? Well, when it gives you pleasure. Now, as you get older, I think you learn to take a more long-range view of pleasure and pain. Like you learn that even if you might have to go through some pain in the short run in order to get more pleasure in the long run. Classic example, you go to a dentist to get your teeth drilled. Now, today with anesthesia, it's maybe you don't even feel any pain getting your teeth drilled, but if you imagine decades ago, before there was anesthesia, maybe you have a toothache and it's being caused by some cavity, and it might cause a lot of pain to get your tooth drilled at the dentist. But you realize that you're going to feel even more pain in the long run. Maybe you'll get an infection and get some serious gum disease or something, and you could have really bad results if you don't go through some short run pain to get this taken care of. So in the long run, you'll have more pleasure if you experience some short run pain. So as you grow up, as you mature, you come to get a more sophisticated view. It's not just whatever gives you in the pleasure in the moment is good, and whatever gives you pain in the moment is bad. You learn to take a longer run view of your life. But if you do take that longer run view of your life, I think that can give you at least some concept of what a self-interested or egoistic life looks like. How do you know, he asked, whether something is egoistic? Well, does it contribute to your overall pleasure in life, your overall happiness. I think pleasure is a very broad term. It could mean physical pleasure, like when you eat something tasty, or it could mean something psychological pleasure, like maybe you're enjoying the live stream right now. I hope you are. Or maybe you're watching a sports game and you enjoy sports, and you're not physically getting pleasure. It's not like food where something is making contact with your sense organs, but it's a kind of psychological pleasure. Like you enjoy the experience of watching these athletes perform at such a high level. So pleasure is a broad term that can include both physical and psychological types of examples. And if you have over time, you learn the kinds of actions and behaviors that lead to happiness in life. And I think that correlates with what sustains you physically, life and happiness. I think those are, they are achieved together. Like in achieving life, you're also achieving happiness, and in achieving happiness, you're also achieving life. And exactly what the relation is, I think maybe it can get a little bit tricky to specify. And I don't know that I have it completely worked out, but anyways, by observing cause and effect relationships in your own life, like what led to happiness in the past? Like when I told a lie to someone and then it may be kind of uncomfortable, and then I had to tell more lies in order to cover up the first lie. And then I felt like I was having to build this house of cards, and now I have to keep track of all the lies I've told this person, which might not be exactly the same as the lies that I told this other person. If those two people talk to each other, maybe I'll get exposed. And so you start to feel very uncomfortable, and then maybe it all blows up in your face, and then you get exposed as a liar, and then you lose some friends over it. And something like this might happen, and you can look back on this experience and think, well, that was a really bad experience. It led to a lot of problems in my life, and maybe I lost some friends over it. Maybe I felt guilty, and I lost some self-respect. And through your experiences, through an inductive process, induction being a process of forming general conclusions based on particular experiences, you can work up the principles, like the principle of being honest. Honesty is good. That's a principle you might hold, which I think is a correct principle. So you can figure out through your experiences in life what kinds of ways of acting, for instance, honest ways versus dishonest, what leads to better results, and that gets cashed out, at least partly, in terms of what leads to more pleasure and happiness in life versus misery and suffering and frustration. And that can factor into your decision as to whether going forward a given action is in your self-interest or not. So I think I've had enough experiences in life to figure out it's good to be honest and bad to be dishonest. So I see being honest as in my self-interest, and that's a principle I carry forward. So how do I know what being self-interested consists in, or how do I know what being egoist consists in? Well, I base it on my experiences in the past. I formulate principles based on my experience, and then see which way of acting leads to the most pleasure, happiness, and life-promoting experiences. And I do those. Those are egoistic. Those are good for me. So that's at least part of what I would say in reply to Libertuga's last question. Okay, I see I have 3 people now in the request list. Oh, Gabe. Gabe is here. Hi, Gabe. I had a conversation with Gabe in a previous live stream. Actually, that one is on my my TikTok channel. That was short enough that I was able to post the whole thing. I think it was like 40 some minutes. If it's over an hour, I can't post it. I would have to break it up into parts. But that one I could post. I do also have a YouTube channel for anyone who doesn't know, if you're new here. And that YouTube has been my main platform for the last 7 years. So you can find a lot more content on my YouTube channel, which is Dan Norton 1. That's my handle on YouTube. but I'm starting to use TikTok more, and I'm trying to make money at live streaming. So if how much I use TikTok versus YouTube, I think I'm going to consider at least partly how much money I get. I mean, that's part of what factors into my decision. But also I consider how many people am I reaching. So I'm getting more money right now from YouTube, but I'm reaching more people, it seems, on TikTok. At least I'm having more live viewers. So I have to weigh all those things and decide, what is the best use of my time. But anyways, right here, right now, I'm on TikTok. And I was going to say, if you want to prioritize yourself, you can send me some PayPal money. You can. I don't think I was going to put a link to my PayPal in the chat. Let me do that now. So if you send me some money through PayPal, then I will prioritize your chat, responding to your chat, or taking your call. Dan Norton 11. That's my PayPal handle. But let me also try to drop a link to that in the chat. And maybe I should pin it too. Dan, you need to bring guests up to make money. People tip for heated debates, says Bree. Okay, maybe I'll do that more. Pin comment. Okay, I just pinned the comment that includes a link to my PayPal. So if you want to get priority, you can send me some PayPal money. Oh, it only gets pinned for 1 minute. It's doing I see a countdown of. It's at 40 seconds now. I want to see if it disappears. On YouTube, when I pin a chat, it stays there as long as I want it to stay. All right, 20 more seconds. Can you also see the counter? So right now I've got 2 people in the waiting room. Average Avarice is one of them. I haven't seen you in the chat yet. Okay, yeah, I guess the pinned comment does expire after a minute. What do you want to talk about, Average Avarice? Can you let me know? I see some people are getting muted by the moderator. All right. More guests equals more money. All right. Sometimes guests are trolls, though. So I like to screen them some. Oh, I can at least go to Average Avarice's channel. Oh, looks like you sent me some coins. Maybe that's a good sign. Okay, where's your, let's see, how do I go to your channel? See, it doesn't give me the 3 dots to click on when you appear in my viewer list or in my guest request lists. So I could manually try to just search for your name and take a quick look at your page. This guy, Dan, he isn't a troll and he is nice. Oh, Mike? Okay. Maybe I'll bring Mike up then. But let me take a quick look at Average Avarice's page. I'm doing a search. Average Avarice. All right. Well, that's not your @ name. That's your. Oh, is this? I think maybe I found it. Average _ Avarice. There's no content on your page. No bio yet. All right. Well, I was going to take Mike, but I see Mike just dropped out of the queue. Since Bree said that, oh, now Mike is back in the queue. Yeah. All right. Well, on Bree's recommendation, and since I already had a conversation with Gabe, I'm going to take Mike right now, even though I don't know what Mike wants to talk about. But since Bree said give a recommendation, I'm going to take Mike. Hello.
What's going on, man?
Hey, just doing a live stream. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I know. I've been here for a little while. Are you new to the app?
Well, I've been on the app for a few years, but I didn't start being a guest or a host on live streams until fairly recently. Like, I guess I've been on other people's live streams as a guest starting maybe within the last few months. And then I started being a host of my own live streams just within the last couple weeks or so. And it wasn't until the live stream I did last week that it really got a lot of engagement. Like, I did a live stream with Gabe, who was also in the chat today, and but there weren't many people coming by for that one. I didn't really catch the algorithm, but in my last live stream Wednesday last week, I got a lot of engagement. So that was my first big splash into the TikTok debate world.
I don't know if you're open for advice at all. I don't want to be like trying to tell you how to run your panel, but I do host frequently, and I host with people who do have a sizable platform. One of the best things you'll ever do is just try and keep guests coming. If a conversation gets stale, maybe it's time to drop that guest and get a new one. I wouldn't worry too much about trolls and vetting people, because you can always drop them. The biggest thing is just to make sure when they come onto the panel that you ask them if they are 18 years of age or older for TikTok purposes. Anything that they do after that, as long as you drop them fast enough, the TikTok algorithm doesn't really mind too much. I mean, I've had people come onto like my live or Bree's live and do some really weird stuff, like be nude on camera and things like that. As long as you drop them fast enough and you just give a quick PSA that you'd like everybody to follow the TOS, you're normally pretty good.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's useful to know. I didn't have a mod at all last time. And this time I had my live got flagged like 10 minutes into it. This message popped up and it said something like, this message was flagged for hate speech or something like that. And so I'm guessing someone said something in the comments and I just wasn't looking at it. So I wasn't able to deal with it. And then that motivated me to get a mod, and Bree volunteered for that. So that should make it easier to get flagged for TOS issues. Oh, did my mic change? Is it? Make sure I'm using the right mic. But I should be able to get guests more quickly in the future now that I have a moderator and I don't have to worry about that. And yeah, maybe I'll not screen people as much in the future. I'll think about that.
Yeah, just get people up and get them on the platform. That's really what drags people in. People like to see conversations ongoing. And so, well, cool, man. I'm glad you're here. I am a tad bit curious, though, right? So you have a couple things up here. When you say that subjectivism is bad, what do you mean by subjectivism?
Well, there's maybe multiple meanings. So there's metaphysical subjectivism, where idealism, I guess, would be a form of it. The only thing that exists is your own mind. Solipsism is another term for that. But also the idea that your mind can create reality, like God's mind. Let there be lights. Let there be creatures roaming the earth. That would, that might be considered a kind of subjectivism, where your mind controls reality rather than there being some mind independent reality which exists apart from your mind, and you don't have the power to just wish that something were so and have it be so. So you might call that metaphysical subjectivism. So I reject that, and I think that's wrong. So I would say that's bad. Any view that I think is false or wrong, I would also put in the bad category, because it's not good to believe false things. But
so you just believe in objective reality?
Yeah, objective reality, I think there is one. And but there's also other senses of subjectivism, and so objectivity also has multiple senses, but we can just focus on subjectivism for the moment. So in addition to metaphysical subjectivism, there's also epistemological subjectivism, where you might grant, okay, there is an objective reality, that is, there is a reality apart from my mind, but I don't have access to it. I just have access to the feelings or beliefs or opinions in my own head, and I can't necessarily say they correspond to objective reality. Like maybe I think Trump is bad and you think Trump is good, and we just each have our own opinions, but we can't say that one or the other of those opinions maps on to the way reality actually is. Everything anyone says is just their own subjective opinion. So that's another kind of subjectivism, where it's a statement about the beliefs you hold rather than the world apart from your beliefs. So I think I also disagree with that kind of subjectivism. But then there's further kind, I guess I'll end on this one, the last main kind. There's also ethical subjectivism, which you might say is a species of epistemological subjectivism. But sometimes people say, well, there are certain claims or beliefs which you can have objective knowledge about, like mathematical claims, like 2 + 2 is 4. They'll say that's objective. That's not merely an opinion. I know that. But when it comes to ethical claims or moral claims, like Trump is bad or capitalism is good, that's subjective, and you can't prove that applies to the world. That's just your personal opinion. And I also reject that
agree.
kind of.
That's why I asked, is because I think that the claim to AB simply is a subjective one. I don't understand why people try and claim some sort of moral high ground on the topic. And so the reason why I asked is because my question is mostly focused on AB. I believe it is a subjective claim to want to have an abortion and to think that it is deserved or rightful. I don't know if you have an argument that you'd like to give me for abortion. I am familiar with a good amount of Rand's works. In fact, actually, Rand has a really great paper. It was out in the early 60s, maybe it was mid 60s. It might have been 64, where she kind of talked about this idea of being able to selfishly put your goals aside for someone else's goals because there is value in that, right? And it was kind of the opposite of the ideal of altruism. And I think that ties a lot into what AB is, because I believe that there is objective value in human life. I don't think that comes directly from the fact that you're just a human life form. I believe that there are other things, though, that are innate to humans that give them value. And so I think when you take the life of obviously a pre-born child, to me that as if you believe in subjective morality to some degree.
Okay. So yeah, we can talk about that. I haven't heard you or heard you're using AB as a shorthand for abortion. I take it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me? You're cutting out a little bit.
I'm just trying to. Oh, yeah. I'm just using it for abortion.
Okay, is that to get around a potential flag by? Is that a sensitive term on TikTok? You're not supposed to say abortion, or is it just?
It can be. it depends. So like Bree's on the Canadian servers, she never has an issue with that. But there are other pages that for some reason have issues with that term. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll just try to stick with saying the word and see how it goes. Maybe hopefully I'll at least get a warning. Does TikTok sometimes give you a warning before it just like bans you? I don't know if you're trying to talk, but
Okay.
anyways.
No, sorry. I was checking my. I'm teleporting right now. I was just kind of checking my map, seeing where I was. I live down in the middle of the country, in the middle of nothing. So I'm actually going out to go camping. So I was just checking Onyx Maps and seeing which one of these dirt roads up here I need to take.
Okay. All right. Well, so as for abortion, I guess I'll say that rather than AB for now, at least. Maybe I'll change my mind. I don't think that something becomes a human being until it is its own entity. That is, until it's separated from the mother. When it's a fetus or an embryo inside the womb, I think you could call it a potential human being, but I wouldn't call it an actual human being until it's born. So, and I don't think.
Why is that? Why would it not be its own entity?
Well, it's not physically separate, and that's at least part of what I take it to mean. To be a human being is you're a physically separate entity from other entities. You're not growing on the inside of another entity, for instance.
Well, but conjoined twins under that view, conjoined twins would then just be one entity.
Well, conjoined twins, you could see them as one entity in a sense, but they're joined in a different way to each other than the fetus is to the mother. So they're at least outside in the world. They're their own thing. Whereas the fetus is not. It's inside the mother, attached to the inside of her. And so the fetus is not separate in a different way than the conjoined twins are not separate. And I think that they are.
But conjoined twins are also
the
joined on
conjoined
the
twins
inside
after
too,
they're
right?
born, but you could say they're conjoined humans. Whereas I think the fetus inside the womb is not yet a human because it's not independent enough yet.
Okay. Well, conjoined twins are conjoined
Maybe
on the
you're-
inside too, right? I mean,
I'm
if
pausing
you're
to see
attached
if
at
you
the
want to
hip,
say anything, but I don't hear anything. So I don't know if your phone cut out or what. You said you
can
were
the chat hear me?
driving on some back roads. So
Yeah, Dan, can you hear me?
maybe you lost a connection.
Bree, can you hear me down in the chat, Bree? I have no idea what's going
I'm
on.
just looking for something
can
to
you hear me,
cover up
Dan?
the chat with. Because when it keeps moving, I get distracted sometimes. So I'm just. Someone says I can hear
The
you.
chat can hear me, I'm pretty sure.
Let me see. Oh, maybe I just can't hear him. Let me test my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Let me try to play something. Oh, maybe. Sorry, maybe my speaker messed up. Oh, I think I fixed it. Mike.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I accidentally muted my speaker.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Yeah, so conjoined twins are also conjoined on the inside. Essentially what you said is that because one is inside of the other and there is some sort of conjoinment there, that would make this different. I mean, conjoined twins who are attached at the hip, obviously their insides touch each other's insides. I don't know why this would be different either, because if your stance is specifically that they are just conjoined, I don't know why it would matter exactly how they're conjoined. I think the stance would just be, while they might be conjoined, they are two separate entities, though, right? And the evidence to this is you could take away like the life of the infant, right? And the mother would live. And in the case of the mother, you could take away the life of the mother at a certain stage of pregnancy, and the infant could still live. And it's the same thing with conjoined twins. You could take one away, the other still lives. I think this is a clear sign that they are separate entities. It would also be the fact that they have different minds. They also have the ability to perceive reality. They have the ability to make rational decisions. These are all clear examples that they are indeed separate entities.
Okay. Well, we can talk about what an entity is, and maybe that would be a useful direction to go. So if I'm going to list the entities in my environment, right now I'm looking around the room I'm sitting in, and I see a bottle of water, I see a phone, I see a salt shaker, I see a pencil. So these are all examples of entities. These are all separate, distinct objects. That's another term, objects. In my world, physically separate. And if I see a pregnant mother, I don't see two things there. I see one thing. I see a pregnant mother. I see a woman with a rounded front if she's, many months pregnant, but it's still one entity that I see. And that's the sense in which I would say the fetus is not its own entity. It's a part of another entity. It's inside of another entity, but it's not its own entity in the way that the mother is and the salt shaker is and the water bottle is.
What about a kangaroo then? Because kangaroos have babies, they put them inside their pouch, right? So they are inside, they're not visible, but it's still two separate entities.
Yeah.
Or, put your pencil inside your water bottle. That doesn't make it become one entity. You could easily take the cap off your water bottle and just pull the pencil out of it. I don't think visual observation is what creates, the disillusion that is just one entity.
Well, I think it's at least one consideration. Maybe not the only consideration, but just the way something presents to you. Like I could put on a jacket, right? I'm wearing a shirt right now. Does that mean I'm not an entity, or am I like attached to some other entity? So how separable are you? How easily, like if I could easily take the cap off the bottle and take off the pencil, that's a very simple kind of separation, but you can't easily, you could take a fetus out of a womb, but then it wouldn't live, at least past a certain points. It might be viable at a certain point, in which case I think I would consider it a human being if it's taken out and it continues to stay outside of the womb. But like a kangaroo, that can very easily go in and out of the pouch. It's not, the pouch is not as, it's not permanently attached inside the pouch. If it were, then maybe I would say it's not an individual. If it were in the pouch in the way that a fetus is in a womb, then I think it would raise a question. Is this really its own entity, or is it better to consider it a part of another entity? I think it's at least raises a question. It's not immediately obvious when it does have the kind of relation that a fetus has inside the womb to a mother as to whether it should be called its own entity.
Yeah, okay. So earlier you said, that how someone is presented to you, that would be one thing to consider. I would reject that simply because what we're stating then is we're stating that just subjective observation must be reality. And I disagree with that. I think that there are things out there that we cannot perceive that would still present themselves in reality. A good example of this would be air. We don't see air, but air does exist. We know it does, objectively speaking. We have to breathe it to stay alive. The other thing with this too is why is it that it matters how easily this thing is detachable? We know that this thing will detach at some point, given that it receives proper care. So I guess, what does it matter how easily it is to detach the fetus from the mother if we know that it will automatically detach on its own given a short time span?
All right, so there were a few points there. Subjective, and then something about air, and then how easily detachable. Maybe I'll start with the last one. So I think that's relevant to deciding if something is an entity. You could also use the term individual or maybe object. So if we're counting the objects like I was doing before, or if I'm like the salt shaker, the water bottle, the pencil, the sponge. Now, how easily detachable is the cap on this water bottle from the bottle? Do we say that the cap? Are there two entities here? Is there one entity? What about the wrapper on the bottle? I don't know. I'm not sure what to say about that. And I don't know that it matters much. In some cases, maybe in some contexts, it would be relevant to say there are three entities. There's the bottle, the cap, and then the wrapper. In other contexts, maybe it would make more sense to say there's one entity. And
Well, I think of like a truck as well. I mean, like, it's not just in the water bottle, but the truck, right? The motor inside of my pickup truck is its own entity. It's actually the engine that runs the pickup truck. I can take the motor outside of the frame, and the motor will run just fine. It is a separate entity. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time. To pull the motor out of this thing would probably take me and a buddy a good 9 to 10 hours straight of physical labor. But there's still two separate entities. One can be without the other. They both have distinct purpose and unique features, and they operate entirely differently.
Okay, so a car, it has hundreds or thousands of parts. And there's a sense in which you could say there are hundreds or thousands of entities here, but there's also a sense that there's one entity there. There's a car or a truck. So,
but you'd have to show that one entity is a part of another. You have to show that they work incongruent. Whereas with the baby,
hold on. Let me just make one other point before I come back to you. You said at one point that the motor is separate from the car. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's not separate when it's in the car, like in the normal way it is. You could take it out and do some work on it, and then separate it in a physical sense. So you could say it's potentially separate when it's in its normal state, but it's not separate when it's in there. So at least part of the time when you're not doing work on it and you're not taking the motor out, it's not separate. It's part of a larger entity. And I think that's one legitimate perspective, even if it's not the only perspective on entities. There is at least one legitimate perspective from which I think you could say there's one entity there, the car, and the motor is a part of that entity. Okay.
For this to stand true, which I'm not actually disagreeing with this, but you would have to say the reason that we know this is part of a bigger entity is because the purpose of this thing is to actually help the bigger entity survive, right? The purpose of oil in the truck is to make sure that the truck is able to run. This actually has a function for the bigger entity. Whereas if you were to compare it back to the fetus, the mother does not need the fetus to live. This doesn't actually serve a purpose to the life of the mother, aside from just like an emotional purpose. But this doesn't serve a purpose for the sustainability of the mother's purpose. In fact, if anything, a lot of the times babies would be unserving of what your body needs to survive. I mean, they take resources, they take they take time, they take a lot of the energy from your body. I don't think this is a part to help the bigger entity. This is clearly two completely separate entities.
Okay, well, I don't see that the functionality of a part it determines whether or not it's a separate part. Like you could take like the appendix is part of the body. Now, I think some people consider it unnecessary and they have their appendix removed. Maybe it doesn't serve a purpose, or maybe it's just some evolutionary byproduct of something else that served the purpose. But we can just stipulate, for the sake of this example at least, that there's some part of the body, or like your wisdom teeth. That's another thing. Sometimes people get their wisdom teeth taken out. We can imagine there are some parts of the body that don't serve some purpose, but that doesn't mean there's not just one entity, right? There's a human being, and I think from at least one perspective, one legitimate perspective, you could say there's one thing there. There's one entity, and he has many parts. He's got 28 teeth or 32 teeth if he hasn't had his wisdom teeth removed. He's got intestines and appendix and all his organs. So you could say, there are hundreds or thousands of parts, trillions of cells, right? But there's also another perspective for which you could say there's just one thing there. And I think that the fact that there might be part of that thing that doesn't serve a purpose, or at least no clear purpose has been identified yet, doesn't mean it's its own entity, and that there's now not just one thing there, one human being. There's multiple entities.
So
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
what do you mean by that?
You're breaking up.
Oh no, that's no good.
I heard you say, "Oh no, that's no good."
Is that
But
any
that's the
better?
only thing I heard.
Is that any better?
I heard you say that, so maybe it is better. Now I don't hear anything.
I'll have to come back here once I get around this hill, and I'll let you take another guess real quick. I'll have to come back once I get around this hill. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be losing service through here for a minute or two.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for calling, and maybe I'll catch you later. Any estimate?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. I'll be back up. Yeah, give me 10, 15 minutes. Let me get around this hill and get camp set up. So I'll be back. Thank you, Dan.
All right. You're welcome. All right. Thanks for calling. So I might be in the middle of another call once he gets better reception. So let's see who else we have here. We still got Average Avarice. And we also have Tolto and Rancho. Oh, Tolto just dropped. So now it's just Rancho and Average Avarice. Okay. I'm doing a quick search on Rancho. I don't see your profile. But Average Avarice has been waiting longer, so maybe I should take him first. Okay, I guess I'll try that. Oh, Bree, do you have to go? Oh, Bree says she has to go. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. Okay. Thanks, Bree, for moderating. Tolto sent a rose. Thank you. Looks like we are following each other. Let me go to your account. Egyptian Hellenistic paganism. Okay. What are you interested in talking about, Tolto? I know Mike advised me to just take guests instead of screening them like this. But right now I'm still in the habit of screening. Gabe says, I just want to ask something quick. Something you can ask in the chat. Oh, your profile description is jokes. Rancho wants to debate abortion. Okay. Well, okay. Average Avarice has been waiting longer, so... But you haven't said, at least I haven't seen you say in the chat what you want to talk about. Did you ever... Average Avarice, can you tell me in the chat what you want to discuss? I don't know if you already did that, but if you did, I haven't seen it yet. I'm more likely to take your call if I know what you want to talk about. So let me make a note here. Rancho says he wants to talk about abortion. Oh, capitalism versus leftists, and yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Tolto says capitalism. All right, before I forget, I got to write this down. Well, I can see it in the chat because sometimes things fly by and then I can't see them again. So capitalism, and then Rancho was abortion. And average is capitalism versus leftism. Okay. And Gabe said something. Quick question. All right, I'm gonna take Average Avarice, who's been waiting the longest.
Yo.
Hello. Hi.
For TikTok TOS, I'm 21.
Okay, thank you. So you want to talk about leftism in capitalism? I lost your audio. Where's your... Oh.
Yes.
It was muted for a second.
I was muted. Yeah. Now, why do you think leftism is bad?
I think leftism is bad because it doesn't respect individual rights. And by that, I mean it doesn't respect the idea that people should be free to live as they choose. And it does this in at least a couple ways. One is by supporting taxation. And this is not exclusive to the left. Many people on the right also do this. It supports taxation, and I think that's a violation of rights. I think I should be free to do what I want with my money. I shouldn't be forced to give it to the government so that other people can decide how my money is used. But also regulations is something, again, both the right and the left, at least what's called the right and the left, support. Like minimum wage laws, for instance, would be a labor regulation. People are not free to hire at whatever rate they want or accept whatever wage they're offered. They're forced by the states to accept only money of a certain, or wages of a certain amount. I think that's a violation of freedom. So in general, it's because I'm pro-freedom that I'm anti-policies on the left, at least many policies.
So, when living in a society, do you think people should have the right to poison the well?
To literally, like, poison a well? Like, dump toxins in a... No. Unless it's your well. So this is another thing, private property. I'm in favor of that. And if it's your private property and it's not affecting other people, if it's not physically harming other people, I think you could put in poison in your own well, but I don't think you could poison somebody else's well.
Well, Okay, when you say private property, there's a distinction between capitalism and like socialism or communism, where they distinguish private property between personal property, like your house, your car, the land you live on, versus private property, which is like a single person owning like a factory or like a city block or like an apartment complex, right? So, just for clarification, when you said private property, were you referring to personal property or like the well for an apartment complex?
I wasn't making a distinction. I know that some people on the left do make that kind of distinction. I'm not sure it's a valid distinction. I think if you're an apartment owner, you could call that private property, but I also think my own car or my own food, I think that's also private property. I don't see a fundamental difference between those.
Well, the difference would be like if I had like a well connected to groundwater outside of my house compared to the well water from an apartment complex to like generate revenue, the reason the distinction is in place is to differentiate between like what you would use daily compared to what you hold specifically to generate money, you know? And if I put rat poison outside of my well, the only people who would be reasonably affected by it would be me and like, well, the land surrounding my area and whoever lived with me, right? If you poisoned the well water of an apartment complex, you personally might not even experience the effects of it. Just everyone who lives there will, you know? And we can agree, poisoning the well is a stupid idea. And to me, it is well, to me, it's a matter of fact that to be a part of society, you could.
Sorry, I accidentally did the soundboard. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah. To me, it seems like a matter of fact that if you live in a society, you should attempt to participate in the society and improve society. Is that an unreasonable thing to say?
If you live in society, you should attempt to improve the society. Is that the question?
Yes.
I don't think that should be someone's goal. I think the proper goal in any individual's life is to improve his own life or make his own life go better. And I think a byproduct of that is also improving other people's lives. Like if you're Jeff Bezos and you get rich by creating Amazon, you make your own life go better, you become a billionaire, but you also make other people's lives go better by creating all these products and services people like so much that they're willing to pay you lots of money, and then you become rich. So there's a harmony of interests, but I don't think the goal should be to improve other people's lives. It should be to improve your own life. That's the fundamental.
Well, then why not just live in the woods?
Because I think your own life can go much better if you don't live in the woods. I think I have a lot to gain from living with other people, both through trade, like I was just saying with Bezos. Like if I'm living in the woods, my standard of living would be much lower than if I engage in a division of labor society. So that's one reason, but also just friendships, romantic relationships, all that would be impossible if I just lived on my own in the woods. So,
I agree. Humans are social creatures, right? And like, yes, there will be the draw to selfishness, but the reason we are in a, well, when societies first started forming, we were like tribes, right? And in that, we had to make sure that everyone ate. To do that, we had to divvy it out by whoever was designated by the group as the decider, right? Be it a chief, president, prime minister, however you wish to, whatever label you wish to put on it. What I am seeing now is that we're seeing like the end result of capitalism, right? Because of how loose regulations have gotten to this point, we have like between 60 and 40% of homeless people having full-time jobs. And reasonably, the way I see it, if you are actively participating in society, contributing your labor, you should be afforded the means to live a reasonably fruitful life. Is that not a reasonable thing to say?
Well, if I don't think it's reasonable to think that other people owe you a living. I also don't think we have capitalism today. Far from it, because we have there's lots of force. I was talking before about, you asked why I don't like leftism. I was citing things like taxes and regulation, but we have tons of taxes and tons of regulation today. All the alphabet agencies, FDA, SEC, FAA, FCC, OSHA, etc., EPA. We have state, local, federal taxes. So we are far from the system I support, whether you call it capitalism or not. It's certainly not what I would call today's system a mixed economy, because I think there's a significant amount of freedom, but there's also a significant amount of coercion through things like taxes and regulations. And I don't want a mixed economy. I want pure freedom, 100% freedom, which doesn't mean no governments, but it means the government doesn't coerce people. It protects people's rights through police. So if someone tries to attack me, I can call the police and have them come take this attacker off the streets, maybe throw him in jail. A military to protect from foreign threats, and then a court system to peacefully settle disputes. But I think that's basically all the government should be: police, military, and courts. But today it's way more than that. So it's a far cry from the kind of system I would support. And I wouldn't call it
What?
capitalism today.
So, hold on.
You muted.
I know. I'm talking with someone IRL.
Oh. All right. Well, I guess I'll look at the chat while he's talking to somebody.
All right. I gotta go.
Okay.
Have a good one.
All right. Thanks for the call. It's selfish to be part of society, says Rancho. I agree, if it's a rights-respecting society. If the society is really bad, like Nazi Germany or Soviet Russia, then I think it's not selfish to be part of that society. You should try to escape it if possible. But if it's a society that respects rights, or at least does so in to a large extent, then I think it could definitely be selfish or self-interested to be part of that society. looking at some other chats here. See, 3 people in the request list. All right, maybe I'll go to Rancho next. Let's see, what did... Oh, Tolto was... he wanted to talk about capitalism. But I think Rancho's been waiting longer. Capitalism is awesome. Is also in the list. What do you want to talk about? Your username says Russia is awesome. So maybe you're just trolling. All right, I'm going to take Rancho's call.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, so you wanted to talk about abortion?
Yeah. I'm just curious, why do you think that it's a good thing?
Okay. Did you hear the last call, or not the last one, the one before that? Because I talked about abortion with a previous caller.
Oh, no, I don't think I did.
Okay, that's okay. I think it's good because it gives women an option that is they might want to take advantage of to make their lives go better if they decide they don't want to have a child. And I don't think fetuses have... I don't think they're human beings yet until they're born.
Mhm.
I think you could say they're potential human beings, but I don't think it's an actual human being until it's born. And I don't think you have rights unless you're an actual human being.
Okay.
So
And
that's...
by human being, do you just mean some human person?
I guess you could... I don't really distinguish between human and person. So
Okay.
maybe
Okay.
they could just
So
be synonyms.
I guess I'm curious what the morally relevant difference would be between, let's say, a newborn who's maybe a couple weeks out of the womb and the child inside the womb at like the 8th month or something like that, right? I'm not sure what the moral difference is between both those entities, other than just, well, one's inside and one's outside. And that doesn't seem to be like a morally irrelevant feature to me. When we think about how they're harmed, what interests they have, and how we should treat them.
Well, I don't think the fetus in the womb is an entity. This is a point that we discussed a lot in the previous call, which you weren't here for. But I think it's a part of an entity.
Mhm.
But an entity, I take... Well, there's different senses of that term. But in one sense of the term, at least, I don't think the fetus is an entity because it's not physically separate from
Yeah.
the mother.
Are you kind of familiar with Kingma? Elshin Kingma talks about this. It's like fetuses are part. Okay.
No.
Well, the first issue that I have with this um, is it seems to actually sort of work out in the pro-lifers' favor, because if fetuses are parts of their mothers, then three of the main popular defenses kind of just fail on purely conceptual grounds, like views such as self-defense views or trespass views. Well, how can a part of you, you know, cause you, like how could you be at risk of a part of you? Like how could part of you trespass on yourself if you say something like, my nose is a trespasser on myself or something like that, or self-defense against my arm, these sorts of statements are ridiculous to me. So I think those views just fail on purely conceptual grounds. So I just I don't even understand what they would be saying there. But the latter issue is, look, even if we grant that the fetus is a part and then maybe it's not a part, why would that be morally relevant either? Because surely you want to say something like, it's immoral to, just kill this entity, or kill the fetus at during the 8th month. So it surely can't be something like, if it's a part of you, you can do as you please with it. It's a part of you, you can do as you please, because at least to me, that seems like an absurd conclusion there.
Okay. Well, the defenses you mentioned, they felt a bit foreign to me, so I don't think I would necessarily sign on to those. But I don't think that. I think it's a certain type of entity that has rights, and a fetus is not an entity yet, so it can't have rights. It might still be immoral. It might still be immoral to get an abortion, but not because you're violating rights of the fetus, because I don't think it has rights. Like if you are, let's say you really want a child, but you have peer pressure not to have a child for some reason. People around you are telling you not to get a child, even though you yourself think it would be best. I think it would be irrational and immoral to have an abortion. So I'm not saying abortion is necessarily moral in every case, but if it's not moral, it's not because it violates the rights of the fetus.
Well, we could just imagine that case that you just laid out, right? Where, and we can sort of invert it. So instead of, let's say, you want, it's in your interest to have a child or something like that, you could say, well, maybe you actually don't want a child. Maybe you, maybe you originally thought that you wanted a child, but now you've come to the realization that you don't want a child, and it's, in the 8th month. Well, in this case, you think that would be morally permissible. In fact, you would say that you should, get the abortion, get a lethal abortion if that's the only option allowed to you. Um, Simply because, look, there's no wrong-making features, and the wrong-making features can't be, the fetus being harmed. Do you think that's permissible? Because to me, that seems on face value just absurd.
Why do you think it's absurd?
Well, for one, I mean, I could just broadly say my intuitions, regarding these cases, but I could also just provide a plethora of other cases that I would find very similar, because like I said, I don't think that the attachment is a morally relevant feature. So these cases sound a lot like others, a newborn, which is a drag on my resources. Maybe I should just, drown in the bathtub or something like that, or just leave it outside. These cases all sort of sound familiar, like similar to me, but maybe you don't share those intuitions. But just on face value, I think most people would agree that, 8-month abortions are, most pro-choicers would probably sign off that those are terribly immoral. And a view it says signs off on those is not tenable.
Well, I don't know what most pro-choicers would say, but if they do say that there's something terrible about having an 8-month abortion, I would disagree with those pro-choicers. I don't call it pro-choice, but people who think there should be abortion should be legal, at least sometimes. Yeah, so the drowning the toddler or the infants, I think, is wrong, because there you're drowning a human being who has rights. But I don't think that's what's happening. There is no human being yet. When you're dealing with a fetus, there's a potential human being, but I don't consider it an actual human being until it is its own entity.
Well, okay. The first point that I have is, okay, on face value, if you're just willing to say, maybe you don't even see it as a bullet, but if you're sort of willing to bite on the bullet that, I don't see anything wrong with these lethal abortions at 8 months, well, that at least to me seems to be decent evidence against your view, because when we confer to the majority of moral philosophers, their intuitions, the majority of views, things like that, they seem to go against that. But all that stuff aside, I could just say, I'm I'm just very unconvinced that this sort of
Oh, sorry, I hit the soundboard button. Did you hear that?
yeah.
Oh,
I'm very unconvinced that this sort of mereology or like whatever rules you have for composition is going to be a deeply morally relevant feature in this case, because we could imagine all sorts of situations where things like, unrestricted composition are true or different forms of restricted composition. I don't think that that should have much weight on our normative ethics. Like, if we find out tomorrow that X theory of mereology is true, I don't think that would significantly change the amount of value that we should give towards, different humans or different organisms and stuff. What do you think about that?
well, just on the point about majorities, what the majority of moral philosophers believe. I don't know what they believe, but I suspect they do disagree with at least many of my views, if not this one. Ayn Rand has very radical views in very many fields, including ethics. But I think she's right about them, and it doesn't matter to me if she's going against a majority. So I'll say that much. So what matters, I think, is does her ideas make sense? And to me, they make sense. Um, as to mereology, so for anyone out there who doesn't know that term, it's the study of parts and wholes or what their relation is. Um, and you were saying, like, what if it turns out that a certain theory of mereology is wrong? Does like um, I think were you speculating that that wouldn't affect my view on
No, no, no.
abortion or
Well, I'm saying, look, if it turns out that unrestricted composition is true, well, now you'd be committed to saying that, oh, now this thing actually does have moral value, right? Because now it is its own entity.
so by
However, if
what
your
can you
view,
say what you mean by unrestricted composition?
yeah, just that composition always occurs between two different symbols or like any set of objects. So if unrestricted it's like universalism, essentially.
Okay, I'm not very familiar with mereology. I mean, I know vaguely what the field is, but when you throw out these sophisticated terms, I'm not going to immediately know what they all
Oh yeah,
mean.
we
So,
could just say like, for example, like it's like the inverse of mereological nihilism. So mereological nihilism would say, you know, composition never occurs, right? Is there's just a bunch of simples. Then restricted composition says composition occurs under XYZ criteria. For example, composition occurs when the simples take part in the same life processes or something like that. Unrestricted composition would just say composition always occurs. So there's a composite object between me, the Eiffel Tower, and your shoe. There's a composite object between the left four atoms in your brain and this piece of cardboard that I'm holding in my hand right now. Right.
mhm.
That's just the view of unrestricted composition.
Okay.
But on the whole, if whether or not that theory turns out true or your theory of restricted composition turns out true, I don't think that should have you know, much weight on our normative ethics and how much we value things. But under your paradigm, it would, right? It would greatly matter.
Maybe I haven't thought this through. I haven't thought about like how does my view of entities or mereology impact my views on abortion. But I think there, as you were describing those various types of um, mereological nihilism and restricted composition and unrestricted, I was thinking some of those ways of carving up the world are valid and some are not. And I think you can distinguish in terms of usefulness. Like, I don't think it's useful to have a term to denote the left four atoms in my brain and the piece of cardboard that you're holding. Now, there might be a very weird context, a very contrived context where it would be useful and valuable, legitimate to make up some term like gloop to refer precisely to that. But at least in the vast majority of cases, it's just going to add cognitive load, needless load that slows down mental processing to come up with new terms for any and all entities that exist according to unrestricted composition. This, if anyone is interested in this more, you might be interested in checking out Ayn Rand's work, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology, where she says concepts should not be multiplied beyond necessity, Rand's razor. There's another half of it, nor should they be formed in disregard of necessity. So like the concept dog, you can't do without that concept because they occur all over the place. We deal with them constantly. So there are some concepts which you need, but there are other concepts which are forbidden because they would just add extra cognitive load and not serve a legitimate mental purpose. So I think there are right and wrong ways to carve up the world. And I think the entity perspective, in the way that I'm understanding it in the context of abortion, is at least one legitimate perspective to have on the world. Now, there might be other contexts where it is right or useful to think of the fetus as an entity. But there's certainly some contexts where it's not. And maybe the most common context is one where I think it's not. But I've been going on for a long time, so let me just pause there and see if you want to say anything.
Yeah, so with regards to that, I'm not like the universalist isn't committed to saying that there's some separate existing concept for every single neurological composite. They would just say that such composition does occur. So that the part about whether or not they would be useful concepts, I think, is on the whole largely irrelevant. But the point I'm trying to make is something like this. Let's just take your argument as if the fetus is not a separately existing entity, then say something like this, right? If the fetus is not a separately existing composite object, then it does not have moral worth or rights or something like that. And then from there you just affirm the antecedent. Well, if the universal composition was true, then it would be right. So then it would follow that it does have rights. So the whole point is to just say, and by the way, I'm not trying to say, look, I think unrestricted composition is true, therefore your argument fails. I'm saying it's deeply unintuitive to me that our views on mereological composition and when composition occurs would so greatly turn our normative ethics, right? Because if that were to be the case, I mean, you would just radically change your mind if you just found out that, oh well, actually this argument against composition works. Like that seems vastly unintuitive, right?
I don't think so. So it seems like maybe what you're saying is if our metaphysics and or epistemology changed or were radically different, then ethical conclusions would change maybe radically. But no, for me, that makes perfect sense. Like if I'm a Buddhist, to take an example that came up in another discussion I had, not today, but if you think that there is no self, the individual self is just an illusion, all that really exists is there's a collective, some universal Brahman or Atman, I forget the term exactly, but the individual self is unreal. Well, then I think you can't mount as strong a case against something like taxation. Maybe I can better serve the collective humanity by giving up some of my own personal wealth, which is, after all, just an illusion. You didn't build that, to quote Obama back in 2010 or 12 or something. It wasn't you who is responsible for that. You're just a piece of the collective. I think if you have a different metaphysics or epistemological view on the world, your ethics is downstream from that. So I think it makes a lot of sense that would be affected. It's not like your ethics is fixed and it's perfectly compatible with any metaphysics or epistemology holds. I think this is actually the problem with libertarians often, which I sometimes get called a libertarian, but they take this one principle of Ayn Rand's philosophy, what they call the principle of non-aggression. Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sympathetic to libertarianism as well, but
okay. Well, I think some
Egoism
libertarians, at least, they take this principle out of the context of the rest of Ayn Rand's philosophy. Now, for her, politics is built on ethics, which is built on metaphysics and epistemology. And if you don't have all that founding groundwork in place, then the political principle of non-aggression, you don't know how to apply that, and you might end up saying something like, well, it's a violation of my freedom if I can't have intimate relations with a minor. But I think that's a distortion of the concept of freedom. Or maybe I think a lot of libertarians, they want a big tent philosophy. It doesn't matter if you're a Buddhist or a Kantian or an altruist, utilitarian, egoist. We can all get together and promote liberty. But I'm very dubious that that's a workable viewpoint. So I'll pause there.
Yeah. Okay. So I do agree that certain theories of normative ethics might turn on our metaphysics, right? For example, if Parfit's theory of self is true, then we should change the way that we look at our self-interest or something like that. Now, that being said, I just don't think that our mereological principles are one of them. And maybe I could provide a much broader case. Maybe if it turns out that Christian theism is true, then we should update a lot of our ethics, right? Because that's intrinsically linked to our ethics. But let's say we find out that like truth maker maximalism is true, right? Does that change my view on if veganism is true? No, those two things seem to be maybe they're related in some sense, but my views on vegan ethics seem to be derived from my intuitions, different arguments I've heard, stuff like that. And maybe there are metaphysics that would change that, right? Maybe if we find out that actually animals aren't sentient, well now that would turn on my ethics. So I think in certain cases our metaphysics can impact it, but in this case you're saying something like, yeah, my sort of understanding of when a composition occurs, which that just seems radically divorced from the actual issue at hand. It sounds really similar to me, like the second case, not the first case, because if someone said like, "Oh, I'm a vegan," and now I'm not, and it's like, "Oh, what's the reason why?" Well, I found out truth maker maximalism was true, right? You see how crazy that sounds, right? So that's the point that I'm trying to make.
I don't know that's these terms are not familiar with me, so I don't even know what truth maker maximalism is. So if I learned something about it, I would think it's not crazy. So I'm not in
it's
a
just the
position
nature
to
of what
evaluate.
makes propositions true, right? Like certain people think that propositions can be true without a truth maker, and then some people think that a true proposition necessarily has a truth maker. So do you think that your opinions on that would fix your normative ethics on like if veganism is true or false? That just seems like on its face value absurd to me.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable making a judgment about that right now. It's just it's something I would have to process more to feel I had a sufficiently good grasp of it before I made an evaluation about that. So I
Okay.
guess I don't have the what you might call an intuition. I think I'm doubtful whether the term intuition is valid, at least the way it's often used in philosophy these days.
Mhm.
But I doubt I would have or at least I'm not convinced that there is something wrong-headed in thinking that your view of mereology could affect your view on the ethics of abortion. I'm open to that.
Well, we could also, instead of just saying your view on mereology, maybe we could change it to something like this, right? So at least when you're talking about if it's a separately existing entity or if it's a part or something like that, that seems to be based in some sort of biological criteria. Under what conditions is a biological organism a separately existing entity versus a part? And there's like usually four major criteria that are like listed, which are things like immunological recognition, homeostatic maintenance, topological continuity, and metabolic integration. So maybe let's say that a new paper comes out and it turns out that, oh, actually, these four criteria are met or they aren't met. Do you think that would radically change your view on if this thing is immoral? That to me, that paper that comes out, which comes out with this principle of whether or not, you know, we can classify this as an entity, seems to have nothing to do with the normative ethics or, deeming if this is moral or immoral. It seems that a person could come to a conclusion about if this is morally permissible or not, absent knowing any of these biological facts or something of those natures. So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I don't think the issue of whether something is a entity, at least the way I'm thinking of it, I don't think of it as an advanced scientific conclusion that something is or isn't an entity. I think it is, maybe, I don't know if common sense is the term I'm looking for, but I also don't see it as specific to biology. Like I mentioned my water bottle before, I guess in the previous call, as an example of an entity, or my salt shaker here, or a pencil. These aren't biological things, but I would say that they're entities. It's just something that is physically separate from other things. That's all it's not like a sophisticated scientific concept that I'm using here. I think it's just a very general kind of common sense, maybe I would say, concept, which is not to say that it's necessarily wrong to try to be more sophisticated about it. And maybe there are some cases, like the cases of conjoined twins came up in the previous conversation. Is that an entity? Well, maybe yes, maybe no, depending on what respect you're looking at it. But just to get the basic idea, I'll just end on this. Just something that is physically separate is all I mean right now, at least, by an entity.
Okay. Well, okay, if it's just like things that are physically separate, I mean, do you think that if I put, do you think that when I sit in my car, there's an entity which is me and my car? Do you think that's one entity?
Yeah, this also came up. We were talking about a motor. Like, is a motor an entity, or is it a part of an entity? And we were talking about like how easily separable is something.
Mhm.
Like, am I an entity right now? I'm wearing a shirt, so maybe I'm two entities here right now.
Yeah,
It's not just
but
one entity.
here's where I think maybe the way that you approached it might be a little off, where it's like how you kind of approached that. Okay, what are the sort of or how do we sort of talk about these things in our day-to-day lives, or how do we commonly refer to these concepts, right? So in the case of your water bottle, well, we refer to this collection of atoms as a water bottle. We hold it, we say that's my water bottle. But I think that could also lead us astray, because imagine, for instance, someone bumped into you and spilled like a drink on your shirt. You'd be like, "Hey man, you got sauce or whatever all over me, right? Hey, you spilled your drink on me." Now that's because when we talk about me, we're often talking about, a different collection of stuff, right? We can use me to refer to different things here and there. So I don't think that this approach of, well, how is the common language used, is going to reveal too much about, the underlying existence of entities, if entities exist in this way, stuff like that. So I would need like more rigid criteria under, like, you would say a thing is an entity if and only if X, or something like that. Because until now, I just don't even know how I would tackle that. But I mean, if you don't have that for now, that's fine, and we could just move on to like a different point on the debate.
Okay. Well, let me just pause here for a moment to look at the chat, because I want to make sure everything looks okay there. Sometimes I have a troll come by and I might have to block. So let me just take a quick look. Also, if anyone out there wants to volunteer to be a moderator, please let me know. I had a moderator here earlier in the stream, but she had to leave. So if there's someone else out there who I recognize, I don't know any of you really well. Like, the last person I had a moderator was someone I've only met through TikTok, never in real life. So I
Oh,
don't know
you
anyone
should
here
you should make
well.
there's a person in the chat named rad.cap underscore. They're a big fan of Ayn Rand and Ayn Rand's works. You should
Oh
probably
yeah,
make them a
I've
moderator.
had a couple of conversations with Radcap. I didn't know he was here, but I see he's here now.
Yeah, he's
Um,
also a close personal friend with Liam Staten, aka Prophet
yeah,
Divinity on TikTok.
yeah, I knew they knew each other, but I don't know if he wants to be a mod. Radcap, if you want to be a mod, I don't want to impose this on you. Like, if maybe he doesn't want the responsibility of being a mod, but oh, he says I'll mod, sure, okay. I just don't want, I don't know if you were here for it, but this is actually my second stream today on TikTok, the first stream got flagged 10 minutes into it. This message popped up and said, this stream has been flagged for hate speech or hateful conduct or something. And it must have been because of something somebody was saying in the chat, because it certainly wasn't anything I said. And then Bree told me, she recommended I restart the stream because she thought maybe it would be suppressed in the algorithm if it had received the flag. So then I restarted the stream, and that's the one we're on now. But I don't want it to get flagged again. It was like 50 minutes long before I restarted the stream, so I'm not sure if you were there. But anyways, I'll make you a mod now, and then if you see anything that looks like it might get my stream flagged, you can block the person or mute the person. All right, let me just try to pull your account here up so I can do that. Oh, I think I need to go to your page on TikTok. At least that's the only thing I can think of right now. Let's look you up. Radcap. Here it is. Oh, that's not giving me an option to make you mod. I guess I got to do it some other way. Oh, I think I found it. Here we go. All right, so you will have the power to mute and block. So mute, you can choose how long you mute them for, and block is more permanent. All right, you now have mod privileges, at least for today. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, I appreciate you offering to do that. Okay, so let's see. The last thing you said, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it was just if you had sort of maybe more rigid or rigorous criteria under which something is an entity, and if you don't have that at the moment, that's fine. And we can maybe just move on to a different point of questioning.
Oh, okay. So on that, I don't know that I need a more rigorous idea of what an entity is. I don't see that I do. I guess I would be interested in being, if you think I do need a more rigorous one, I'm kind of interested in hearing the argument that my working understanding of an entity is somehow insufficient. But I think the way I understand rights is they are ways of individuals relating to each other. So to use an island case, which I often use, if you have one person alone on an island, the issue of rights doesn't come up. The person does whatever he wants to do. He can't violate anyone's rights. He doesn't have any rights that can be violated. But now you bring another person on the islands. Now there's an issue. How should these two people interact? Should they interact in a voluntary way, or should you try to coerce the other guy lest he try to coerce you first or something? But there's a question of how you should relate to other individuals. So what I think the issue of rights is intended to do is provide a principle guiding you in your relations to other individuals. So if there is no individual in question, and I think this is the case with a fetus in the womb, the issue of rights is just premature. It doesn't come up. So that's how I see it. And I don't think it's necessary to come up with a more sophisticated or rigorous understanding of what an individual is or what an entity is in order to deal with this issue of abortion. But if you think I do need something else, I'm open to hearing it.
Yeah. Okay. As far as like the individual talk goes, I think that the way that you described it is maybe insufficient because it would lead to saying things like, the motor of a car is not its own entity, stuff like that. And maybe it has like some weird normative implications that I haven't quite thought of. Like you could imagine.
Oh, sorry, I hit the. I'm in this habit of
Yeah.
hitting Command 1 to go to a different tab, but I forgot. I keep forgetting when I'm in TikTok, the soundboard is active, so that's the reason that's happening. Apologize.
Yeah, you can imagine a case of maybe a single organism which has two minds, and then you'd be committed to saying like, oh, one of the minds can do whatever it wants to the other mind because there's no separately existing entity there. So there's some like weird normative puzzles that might come up. But I don't know. I think maybe that line of questioning isn't the most fruitful because maybe we'll start going in circles. So I'm more curious about the latter part where you talked about a more principled approach of approaching ethics, but I sort of reject that approach altogether. I don't think that moral principles exist, and maybe if they do, they just aren't on the whole useful, or that's just not what the point of morality and morality, like ethics is interested in. I don't think it's about utilizing principles and applying them in these cases. And I'm more curious if you subscribe to maybe a contributory notion of principles or a more absolute notion of principles, and why you think that such things exist.
Okay. So principles. Well, I think principles, you could see them as an extension of what concepts do for us. So I think maybe the good place to start here would be to talk about concepts a little bit. I think I mentioned before the concept dog is a very useful concept for us to have because we see a certain kind of thing all the time. It's a very common thing in our experience, and to process the world, to cognitively be able to handle what we're confronted with, it's very useful to have a concept like dog or in man and book, car, all the things we very commonly confront. And likewise, in principles, I see they're built out of concepts. So, for instance, the principle, it's bad to be dishonest, or on the flip side, it's good to be honest. We have the concept good, we have the concept honest, and this is a kind of scenario which we confront all the time. There are many cases where we could either lie or we could tell the truth, we could be honest or we could be dishonest. So if we were continually confronted with a certain type of situation, it's useful to us to have a principle to guide us in how to deal with that situation. So I see principles, and we see it's not just moral principles. This is also there are scientific principles, like Newton has his principles of motion. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, or force is proportional to the product of mass and acceleration. So I think principles are very useful if they're well formed, induced from observation, instead of just spun out of your head. If they're not based on anything, the principles could be very bad. But if they are, like the 10 Commandments, I think they're not really principles. They're more like dogmas. Thou shalt not kill. Well, what if it's someone who's trying to kill you? Then is it okay? Well, there are questions. Maybe it's thou shalt not murder. Okay, well, that's better. But anyways, let me not go too much into that. I'll just say that if you repeatedly confront a certain type of scenario, it's useful to have some kind of guidance in how to deal with that. And I think that's what principles do for us.
So there's two sorts of notions of moral principles that I understand. One is what you kind of brought up with like the 10 Commandments, the absolute sense, something to say like all actions which involve stealing are wrong. All actions which involve lying are wrong. That's one notion. And then the secondary notion is a contributory sense, where you say, if an action harms others, it counts against performing that action. If an action makes you happy, that counts in favor of doing the action. So that's the contributory notion. And I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that you sort of sign off on the second. But the point that you made about the usefulness of principles, I thought was more interesting, where it was saying like, look, if you confront a case repeatedly, then it's useful to have a principle. But to me, I don't really see it that way. If we look at the way the principle was constructed in your case, well, what we did is we observed tons of individual cases and we deemed if an action was right or wrong. For instance, we saw maybe 100 cases of us stealing, and we deemed that all of those were incorrect, or all of those were the wrong thing to do. And from that, we formed the principle that stealing is wrong. However, we didn't use the principle that stealing is wrong to, evaluate each one of these cases, right? Each one of these cases were independently evaluated. So I don't understand where like if the principle is required at all, because it seems that we can come to rational deliberation absent principles if that's the way that you think that they're constructed. So the 2 points that I was more curious on were if you agree with the absolute or contributory notion of principles, and the second point was, well, what's wrong with my picture where in each of these cases you just adjudicate them accordingly using things like your moral intuitions, stuff like along those lines, and maybe from there you want to say that, well, look, you've constructed a principle, but at least to me it doesn't seem that the principle is too important to the moral discourse.
Okay. So on the first part, whether I see principles as absolute or what you call contributory, I don't use this term contributory, but conditional is maybe how I would phrase it. If such and such, then you should do. So Ayn Rand doesn't believe in dogmas or categorical imperatives. There are only hypothetical imperatives. So if you want such and such end, then you have to do such and such. If you want to live, then you have to eat, for example. So that's on the first point. On the second point about adjudicating in each case, I think when you first are born and are learning about things, it is more. I would imagine I'm having to project back how it was, but I think maybe the way it works is when you're first learning things, it is more you're judging things on a case-by-case basis. But then what I think happens is you're able to abstract principles from your experience, and then in the future, you're no longer confronting them anew, like as a totally fresh case. You can now confront things in the light of what you've already experienced in the past, and then you're applying the principle that you formed based on your past experience to the new case. So it's not exactly the same mental process you're going through. Just like whenever I see a new dog now, it's not like a totally new thing. Like, wow, what's this thing? Oh, it's like this other thing that I've seen hundreds of times, thousands of times before, and I just automatically say, oh, that's a dog. Likewise, now having had many years of experience of either being honest or not honest and seeing what the effects of that have been, and I've based on those experiences, I've induced the principle that it's good to be honest. Now, the next time I confront an opportunity to either be honest or not, I don't have to go through some agonizing decision. Oh, which one should I do? No, I've already figured out. I've induced the principle that good effects happen when I am honest. I'm staying true to reality. So I just automatically know what to do. Now, that doesn't mean I mindlessly apply this principle. I am always aware of, is this situation somehow different from the cases that I encountered in the past? If so, then maybe I have to act in a somewhat different way. But I can more quickly react to situations in the present in light of my past experience. And that's when I'm applying the principle. Let me pause there.
I mean, what you said there, at least to me, that doesn't really sound like a moral principle to me. That just sounds like useful heuristic that you use to determine if actions are good or bad. But I'm much more accepting of some view like that because that seems entirely compatible with my outlook of particularism. And in fact, these are sorts of cases that particularists use to motivate the case, where they say, look, a good moral judge is one that's able to come up with what you should do in some given state. And the way that you do that is through pattern recognition. You've been in lots of these cases in the past, and they've led to different outcomes. And because of that, you can determine, oh, maybe in this case I should lie because, I should lie in cases where, I could, the cost of lying isn't that great. So something like that, right? But these don't seem to be moral principles. Rather, they're just useful heuristics that you've developed. And in the process of moral deliberation, when you're going through your process of determining what to do, it seems that these principles or what you refer to as principles are just past cases. And the main thing that's doing the driving is your moral intuition, your sort of pattern recognition, if that's what you want to call it, of past cases this sort of soft induction that's going on. And on at least that picture seems to be entirely compatible, if not just exactly what the particularist is describing. So I don't really know what the disconnect would be on that.
Okay. Well, maybe you're working with an implicit understanding of what a principle is that I wouldn't accept. Like if you take a principle to be some rule you follow to which there is never any exceptions.
That's one notion of it. But then the other notion would be, so this is what like Ross talks about, like Rossian pluralism talks about, where it's like things which count in favor, things which don't count in favor. So that's the sort of the latter case, the case of contributory principles, where it's to say something like all actions which involve stealing, all actions which involve stealing count against that action. Or if an action involves stealing, that's reason against that action. Now, you might still want to steal because there could be a greater weight of reasons in favor, but it would still be a principle there. Do you reject that concept as well? Because I think we can agree that the absolute concept doesn't make sense, or at least the absolute concept doesn't exist, or we've never seen one. But I wonder what your thoughts are on the second one.
Okay, I'm somewhat unclear on the second one. So let me just throw out this term. Leonard Peikoff, Ayn Rand's top students, he described principles as contextual absolutes. I think that's how he put it once. So the principles are absolutes, but within a context. So like if I don't know what would be well, he gives an example in his book, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand, regarding blood types. So, can you get a blood transfusion from certain people? Well, at a certain point, it was known that there were, I think, 4 different blood types. There was the O type, the B type, A, B, O, and then AB. I think those were the 4 types.
Yeah, and then there's positive and negatives. Yeah.
So, like if you're an A blood type, you can only get a successful blood transfusion from someone else who also has A blood type. But then later, so that would be, maybe that's an example of a contextual absolute. Later, it was learned that not only do you have to have similar blood types, like at the A level, it also has to be the case that the RH factors match, whatever that is. I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but there's this other factor that they found. Oh, these 2 people, they both had A blood types, but there wasn't a successful blood transfusion because it turns out there's this other thing that also has to be in sync, the RH factor, whatever that is. So now you can update the principle and say all A blood types with matching RH factors make for a successful blood transfusion. And that is a contextual absolute. So within the context of our knowledge, it is absolutely true that this holds. So I just wanted to introduce that term to bring it.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay. Maybe I could agree in like there exists some contributory principle, but I just don't think it's super important. It would be something like if like just like maybe on like the 15th rendition or something like that, or the 15th time where you shave down the case, eventually I just agree that, oh yeah, all actions which involve doing this count in favor or count against. But I mean, we could just see like at least I don't think that, and previously it sounded that you signed off on this, that morality isn't about utilizing these principles, because the very way that we came to know of them was using independent valuations other than the principles to come to the case. Now, I can agree with you that they're useful heuristics in future cases, such as I agree with you. In most cases, you shouldn't steal. But to me, that's just not what a principle is. And maybe that's just slight equivocation on terms. But it seems that at least you agree that when you're going through moral evaluation, that these things aren't necessary. And that's not the thing that moral evaluation is about. Moral evaluation isn't about determining what principles apply in some case, then applying those principles. It's about looking at the different, particulars of a given case, seeing how they weigh out against each other. And one method of finding out how they weigh out against each other could be, past cases. I'm completely fine with that notion, but it seems that we can both shake hands on the talk that the principles aren't necessary because the very way that we conceive of them is by understanding the particulars and then abstracting from there.
Okay. I don't think I would agree though that they're not necessary. But like imagine where we would be without Newton's principles or Darwin's principles. We would be back in the state where we have all these concrete instances to deal with, and every time going forward we have to kind of calculate anew in our minds, what should we do here? Whereas when you have a principle, I think it reduces the cognitive load you have to deal with. Like instead of each dog being a separate thing, I've unified them all into one thing. Like all the hundreds, thousands, millions of dogs I can hold in my mind in one unit, the concept dog. Likewise, you can do that with principles. All the cases of dishonesty or honesty, you can unify under the principle. It's good to be honest. So I just think
Yeah, but
you're
even you don't really agree that it's as clean as that, right? Because you don't agree that all cases which involve dishonesty are bad or good, and you don't even think that all cases which involve dishonesty is some reason to not do it, right? You would sign off that okay, maybe there's certain cases where an action being dishonest is reason to do that action, right? If I mean, I'm not too sure how familiar are you with like the holism versus um atomism talk, but do you think that these facts always count in favor or always count against? I would also reject that. And if that's the case, it seems that what you're doing is you're coming up with a sort of mental shortcut, the same way that when we see like like in cognitive psychology, or when we look at how we developed, well, our brains kind of have this mental shortcut of looking at certain arrangements and thinking that they're faces. But obviously there are certain pitfalls of that, and one of the pitfalls is sometimes we recognize things as faces that actually aren't faces, for instance. So similarly, I think you agree that, look, we have this general heuristic, and in our day-to-day lives, that's enough, right? The general heuristic of, look, you shouldn't harm other people. Um, you should do what is in your best self-interest, right? These sorts of general cases. In most cases, these things are good heuristics, good things to live by, and in most cases, we should do that. However, there do exist certain cases where this isn't the case, and the way we determine if it falls in or out is not using the principles, because those don't tell us about those. Instead, it's using other tools. And at least to me, I think that those are our moral intuitions. And maybe you don't like that term or something like that, but there's some independent, way that you're determining this other than just looking at the principles which apply in each case. That's the part that I think, at least I think fundamentally we agree on. But it just seems that you're using the term principle in like a different way than at least I'm used to it. And I think, people that talk about the generalism, particularism divide talk about it.
okay. Maybe I am using it in a different way. I think there are many cases where Ayn Rand's and objectivists use terms in different ways than they are conventionally used, like the term selfishness or the term capitalism. Many people think we have capitalism today, and I would say no, far from it. And principle, maybe that's another one. And maybe what you're calling a heuristic is, if not exactly the same, at least close to what I'm calling a principle. But I do think it's the case that if we would be worse off, it sounds like maybe on your view, we're just as well off. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're just as well off if we didn't have principles like Newton's laws. Or are you going to say, well, no, those are good heuristics,
No,
but they're not
I think
principles?
yeah, I think in certain cases, I think maybe those are principles. Like, for instance, we could say, I mean, though, at least when we're talking about the moral domain, yeah, I think we're perfectly fine without any of them because I don't think such things exist. And even if they do exist, they're just so hyper specific to certain cases that they just don't matter. Now, I think that the thing that you're talking about is what I would label as a heuristic. And I think that we both have them and they're important in our evaluation, but that's not really, I mean, that's kind of just missing the mark when we're talking about if principles exist or not, at least to me. So I guess the point that I'm just curious on is, do you sign off on these two propositions? A feature of a case, or like a feature of some action, let's say, for instance, an action causes harm, an action involves stealing, something like that, does not always count in favor, or okay, maybe what's like the best way of phrasing this? Okay, let's say some action counts in favor, right? For all actions, some feature of the action counts in favor of doing it. Do you think that it always must count in favor, or it must always count against? Or do you think that in certain cases it counts in favor and in certain cases it counts against? Like, take for example, lying, causing pain to others, any one of these features of some action.
I'm having some difficulty processing this because the way you're phrasing it is foreign to me. I'm trying to think if I can translate it to something I'm more familiar with, like something always counting against. I mean, I think one example you gave of a principle that's, or maybe you would say heuristic, that is not always good to follow. I'm not sure if that's what you said. I'm trying to recall.
Mm-hmm.
This was from a few minutes ago. Is that you should do what's in your self-interest. Now, I can't right now, at least, think of any case where it's not good to do what's in your self-interest.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe I would say, by definition, it's good to do what's in your self-interest. So there can never be a case counterexample to that. And
Yeah,
even if this is like a contextual absolute, it's the context is always one that applies. At least
in our day-to-day lives or something. Yeah. But the question was just how do you come to know that, right? How did you determine that principle? And the method that you described to me was, well, look, we have these individual cases, and I evaluated these individual cases. And in each one of these individual cases, it turned out that this action, which was in my self-interest, was good to do. Therefore, from there, I performed this sort of soft induction and came up with the principle that you should act in your self-interest, right?
Well, that was for honesty. So I think it might be somewhat different with reaching the principle that, or whatever we want to call it, the heuristic or principle that it's good to do what's in your self-interest. There, I think what is required is maybe some reflection on certain moral concepts or normative concepts, like the concept of value. Ayn Rand has an essay called The Objectivist Ethics. Have you read Ayn Rand at all?
Yeah, I've read the speech that she gave at West Point, and then not Ayn Rand, but sort of Ayn Rand adjacent. I read Bako's A Defense of Egoism.
Okay. All right. Well, she, in both Atlas Shrugged, her novel, and or one of her novels, and her article, The Objectivist Ethics, she identifies the roots of the concept of value, and she says what gives rise to that concept is the fact of life, the fact that living organisms face an alternative of life or death, and it's because they face that alternative that they pursue values, which she characterizes as something one acts to gain and or keep. That's what a value is, at least in an initial description. But anyways, my point is just that to reach this idea that self-interest is appropriate or always good, I think you might have to go through a kind of conceptual reduction of what the concept, or where the concept value comes from, and maybe have this sort of insight that I think Ayn Rand had about the concept. And I think that's a somewhat different sort of process than the one I was describing about how you might reach the principle that honesty is good. So I do think it's somewhat different in the two cases.
For that, okay. So maybe you sign off on there existing one absolute principle, and that one absolute principle is it's always like all actions which are in my self-interest are good. Do you sort of agree with that notion?
Well, here I'm thinking, well, I would also say honesty is an absolute principle, a contextual absolute at least. But what if you understand the principle correctly, I think it's not that you should never lie. It's rather that you shouldn't fake reality. So I do think there are cases where it's good to lie. Like, for instance, classic example, Nazi knocks on your door and says, "Do you have any Jews in the attic?" I think it's immoral to lie, because they have no right to kill Jews. They would be violating people's rights, and you would be aiding them in this evil goal they have to tell them the truth. But if you formulate the principle of being honest, not as never telling a lie, but as never faking reality, which I think is more how Ayn Rand thinks about it, then you're not being dishonest when you tell the lie. You're being true to reality. You're recognizing the fact that this Nazi has no rights to be killing Jews. And he's the one who's at war with reality and acting as though he does have this right. So you are still being true to reality. You're not being dishonest. So I think if you formulate the principle correctly, or at least in this case, if you formulate the principle correctly, I don't think there is an exception to it. And maybe you could say it's an absolute or a contextual absolute. I can't think of right now a context where it would be good to fake reality and pretend the facts are other than they are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay, maybe I'll say one last thing before I do need to go.
Okay.
But the last thing I'll say is one, I think when you like the latter part of the discussion where we talked about the principles, I think maybe you would sign off on the absolute notion. So I'd be interested in talking to you about that some later time because I don't think that those things exist. Um, but that's a whole other bag of worms. I think I'm more understanding of what you're saying. If that's what you're saying is something along the lines of, yes, I think there exists exactly one absolute principle, and that it's always good to do what's in your self-interest. I would make much more sense of that. But the rest of the stuff about heuristics, I think we mostly shook hands on and agreed. We just kind of, dressed them up as different terms. And then the last bit, which was when you said, being, not faking reality, something along those lines. Yeah, in that case, I think that is a principle. Like you shouldn't fake reality. But I think that's sort of one of the preconditions to be involved in the sort of, you know, the notion of morality. For instance, I think you couldn't play a game of chess unless you agreed with your opponent that, yes, the bishop moves diagonally, the rooks move up and down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think that those are principles which help you determine what the best chess move is. Those are sort of the rules that you have to agree on before you even take part in the game. Similarly, to take part in the sort of game of morality, I think there are certain things you have to agree to. For instance, you should do that which is good. You should be rational. You should be reason responsible. Like these sorts of questions, I don't think are really helping you determine what is moral or immoral. In fact, they're sort of preconditions to the entire, institution of morality as we know it. So those things I don't even think are moral principles. And that was just the last thing I wanted to say before I hopped off. But yeah, I mean, I had a really good talk with you. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. But yeah,
Okay. Well, thanks for your call. I appreciate it.
see you, man.
See ya. Okay. I had one thought that was, it was kind of inchoate. Is that the word I was going to say? Yeah, I thought it was a good conversation. Covered some good grounds. Maybe it was, so there are other principles. So I do think there are different kinds of, so there are axioms, there are principles. Oh, metaethics. I think that's the point I was going to make. I think some of these issues that were coming up have to do with metaethics as opposed to normative ethics. So I think with normative ethics, where you're figuring out how should you act, and that's a realm in which I think you do need experience. Well, I think you need experience of, in all cases, for any principle, but I guess the type of experience you need is going to vary. But when you're reaching normative principles, like should you be honest or dishonest, Should you get a job or live as a parasite? Should you be productive or be parasitical? Should you be independent and think for yourself, or should you be second-handed and just believe whatever your peer group, your friends and family happen to believe, go along with the crowd, go along to get along, right? Those sorts of questions, I think, having a variety of experiences is relevant to, and you induce principles. But when it comes to meta-ethical principles, like should you live for yourself, or what is a value, I also think you need at least some experience for that, but it's not quite the same way of reaching conclusions. I mentioned Ayn Rand's reduction of the concept value to the concept of life, or her tying of the concept. She ties the idea of value to the concept of life. That kind of mental process is needed, I think, to understand metaethics, or like these foundational principles, the rules of the game. I think that was the term he used. What was his name? Mike? I think that was Mike. Was that the last caller? Anyway, yeah. So to figure out these maybe what you call rules of the game, or the meta-ethical concepts, I think that's a different kind of mental process you need. And also like axioms outside of ethics in deeper fields like metaphysics and epistemology, like A is A, the law of identity, or the principle of non-contradiction. I don't know that you need, well, like a baby, he plays peekaboo to get the idea that there is something independent of his mind. His mind doesn't control reality. And maybe he needs to play peekaboo several times to get the idea of a objective reality independent of his mind. Anyways, I'm thinking off the top of my head here a bit, but let me not go on too much longer. I just want to make the point that the way you learn certain philosophical principles, I think, is different depending on what the principle is. And I haven't worked this all out entirely myself, but I've tried to give some indications of where my thinking is at about this. Okay, let me take a look at the chat. Thanks for the gifts and the follows and the hearts. Let's see. Radcap is still here. My mod. I guess it's useful to have multiple mods in case any given mod has to leave. My first mod today, Bree, she was here for a while and then she had to go, and now Radcap is here. So I guess if Radcap, if you have to leave, you can let me know, and then maybe I can find another mod. Maybe the best way to let me know is by sending me a DM, because the chat goes by really fast and I don't see everything. But I think I'll see it if you send me a DM on TikTok. All right, do I have any other people in the waiting room? No, I don't see anybody. Radcap says, okay. All right, so I guess that means he'll let me know if he has to go. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. I've been going for about 3.5 hours, if you include the stream before this, which I ended because it got flagged, probably because of something someone said in the chat. But I don't feel like I need to end just now. Although maybe I should take a short break. Yeah, how about I'll take a break for just like 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll continue. Maybe I'll read some of these chats or take another call if somebody else calls in. Now, last time I wasn't able to turn off my video, but this time I think I can, because my setup is a little different. Camera. Couldn't hide? Camera source is required to ensure real-time internet. Oh, okay. I guess I can't turn off my camera during a live. All I can do is put something up in front of the stream like this. So I disappear. So I guess I'll just do that. All right, I'm just going to take like a 2 or 3 minute break and then I'll come back. All right. And I'm going to mute my mic also. All right, see you soon. All right, I'm back. Thanks for all the likes, etc. Gifts, diamonds. See somebody just requested to join. Have you had to mute or block anyone, Radcap? I know when Bree was here, I saw her do some muting and blocking. Let's see. I see Hegel fan is here. I've seen you before somewhere. Oh, Rancho? I remember I talked to a Rancho. Was that the last person I talked to? There was a Mike and there was a Rancho. Oh, I think Rancho was the last person I spoke with. Mike was the one before that. The one who was having reception problems, I think. Yeah, Rancho, we started talking about abortion, and then we got to other issues, if I'm remembering correctly. Host, what is the anti-free will part? I disagree with that view. So I think free will is real. And so if you're against free will and you think it's not real, then I think that's bad. Because I think it's wrong. Because I think it's true that we do have free will. That's all I mean by that. And it's kind of a weird way to put it on the background, but I would have put free will, but I was running out of spaces. I was thinking about deleting a spot on the left, like where it says abortion, and maybe just put free will there. But then I would have to make a new spot for abortion, or I would have to make my list longer. And so I thought, oh, well, maybe I used to have determinism on the right side instead of anti-free will. But I thought maybe free will is a more relatable term, and maybe it would be better to put it in terms of anti-free will instead of determinism. But I disagree with determinism, and I support free will. Monkey D Luffy is on the request list. Have you been in the chat? Oh, there you are. Let me look at your page. Straw Hat Luffy. All right, there's no content on your page. What do you want to talk about? Oh, now capitalism is awesome is back in the request list. See, Mariella is here. Hello. Thanks for all the roses last time. And this time I see you also sent some roses. Thank you. Oh, just you want to know my argument against leftism? All right. We can talk about that some. But I see you dropped out of the list. I'm not a compatibilist. I don't think free will is compatible with determinism. And I don't think determinism is compatible with moral responsibility. All right. I'm going to, Dr. Dan, I think your stream with Ray peaked at a little over 150 viewers. Congrats. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that. When I looked at it last time, the highest I think I saw it get was 81 people. But then I looked at my analytics later, like a few days after that, and I saw it actually went up to 153. So I guess I just wasn't looking at it at the right time to see when it was at its peak. And I also noticed that it was shown as on the next day, like June 10th was the day I did the live stream. but the peak was actually on June 11th, even though I wasn't streaming on June 11th. Why? Because apparently TikTok has its servers in Europe, which is like 8 hours ahead. So I was streaming around this time. Right now it's 5 p.m. Pacific time, which is where I am. So 8 hours ahead is the next day. So when I looked in my analytics later, it was showing the analytics from June 11th. And I think that was the day on which it got up to 153, even though from where I was, everything happened on June 10th. But yeah, that was really, I was really pleased to see it got that high. So thank you for that. Thank you. Host, why can't I come up? Says capitalism. Well, I didn't say you can't, but I had some reluctance because it said Russia is awesome on your profile. And I thought maybe you were just pretending with your name when you say capitalism is awesome. But at least first I think I want to take Monkey D Luffy. Okay, here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
I am I'm curious on your thoughts because as like a syndicalist, I think the workers should be in control of the social hierarchy democratically in the workplace.
What did you say? You said as a what?
Syndicalist.
Oh, syndicalist. Okay, I'm not really familiar with that. I've heard that term, but you said as a syndicalist, you think the workers should be in control of the workplace, something like that?
Democratically, each one should decide on what to do, how it should be made through a construct.
Okay. Well, I think individuals should be free, and that means they can decide if they want to join a certain kind of workplace or not. And if they don't like the way a certain workplace is set up, they're not forced. No one's putting a gun to their head. I don't think anyone should put a gun to their head and force them to go there. They can go survive on their own or start their own business or work for somebody else who has a arrangement that they find more satisfactory. But I think individuals should be free to decide that. And people shouldn't be forced to run it. Like if you don't like the way a corporation runs, I think it's wrong to force the people, the owners of that corporation, to run it a certain way as you would have them. Instead of forcing your views on them, I think the proper thing to do is just go somewhere else or start your own corporation.
Well, yeah, but that's not the argument that I'm giving, you know what I mean? The argument is that we should unionize as a collective and decide so the parts that we're capable of, you know what I mean? And do that way instead of...
Oh, sorry. I'm still in the habit of hitting the soundboard.
It's all right.
Well, unionize, I think, again, if you want a place that, I think it should be up to the owners of a business as to whether they allow their employees to unionize and bargain with them as a union. But I don't think it should be forced. I think it's a violation of people's rights to force a company to accept a union. And I think it's also wrong to force workers to join a union. I think people
it's not being forced upon. It's just an ideal construct of it. You know what I mean? It has to begin somewhere. It can't. If it's rejected, then yeah, of course it's not gonna happen. But then again, it has a purpose of being some sort of ideological reform in the workplace, not just for oppressed workers in general. Because right now, we're seeing a lot of micromanaging, And yeah. So
Well,
that's
my
one reason.
concern is with freedom. So as long as it's done freely, I don't have a problem with it. So if workers want to unionize and that doesn't violate the rules of the company owner, then fine, they can unionize. But if they want to unionize against the rules of the employer, then I think the employer should be able to fire them. Say, can't work here.
Okay, that's true, but then again, it's a social norm. It's a if people are not going to like apply by it, then there's no point in having the corporation, and they can use their own way to make another union, and which the United States has banned over and over again, which it's not going to happen in a way that we want it to happen. But in like like in recent times now, now it's looking like we're gonna have to do it in a way that doesn't suppress, like a loophole to do that, because it's just too much at this point, and the cost is getting higher. So the cost of inflation is also increased.
Okay. I'm somewhat unclear on what you're advocating. So if you have a disagreement with me and you're clear on what that is, could you say briefly what your disagreement is?
I have a disagreement, and the manager should have absolute control.
Okay. Well, what do you mean by absolute control? Like they shouldn't be able to run the company the way they want to?
I mean, not necessarily, but in a way that suppresses the workforce, because they're, at the end of the day, they do a majority of what the manager doesn't apply to them. So yeah, it can go both ways, especially if it's micromanaging, and it's not really a social in the social construct that the manager is suppressing them.
Okay. Well, what you call suppression, I might not call suppression.
Yes.
So
I want what's your definition of suppression?
Well, I don't use that term much. I often use the term coercion. So I don't know if you would say the managers are coercing the workers they hire, but or exploiting, that's another term that sometimes comes up.
Yeah, exploiting.
Okay, yeah. So I think this is a common Marxist view. The workers are exploited by the owners of the company, and I don't agree with that. I mean, assuming exploit has a negative connotation, I think it's a win-win transaction. As I see it, they both benefit.
The difference between the Marxists and the syndicalists is that we unionize through a workforce. The Marxists will usually do it through through the idealism, and they do it through a manner differently than syndicalists do it. And what we try to do is try to unionize through do these as syndicalists, do these as what's it called? Do syndicates. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't see unionizing as a essential issue here. It doesn't really matter to me whether there's a union or there's not a union. My concern is only whether there's freedom. And as long as no one's freedom is being violated, I don't have a problem with it as far as rights are concerned. Like I might have a moral problem with something. I think people should be free to go to church, for example. I don't think it's good to go to church. I might think it's what they teach in church is often immoral. Like you should believe things on faith. I think it's bad to do that. But I think people should have a right.
Yeah, and what you describe is a reason. You know what I mean? It's a logic. It's free will. Yes, I know about that, and it's not really a thing because in communist nations they have that choice too. There's Christianity, and like I know if you don't want to hear this, that's okay. There's churches in North Korea. There's synagogues too, and the U.S. doesn't talk about that.
What doesn't talk about that?
The how North Korea diverses their religion.
Oh, okay. So I was just saying that I don't think there's any rights violation in it. Well, as long as there isn't a rights violation, I don't have a problem with a certain arrangements in how a social system is set up. So it doesn't matter to me as far as like thinking as a political philosopher. What matters to me is just that there's freedom, not whether there's unions or not unions, or that the union is formed in this way or formed in this other way. I just don't see that as an important issue. I just want there to be freedom.
I understand what you mean, because freedom is a basic American ideal. You know what I mean? It's been spread since ever since the foundation of America even started. You know what I mean? Ever since we departed from the British, which we did, and we fought a war just for that, you know, as a right. So even then, there was still revolution in a way that it changed from constitutional monarchy.
Well, I agree that freedom has a long history in the United States, and it's core to what the United States is about. I think it's often misunderstood. Many things get called freedom or rights, which I think are not, like the right to healthcare, for example. I think that's actually a pseudo right. I don't think there is a right to healthcare if what that means is people should be provided with healthcare even if they haven't paid for it. The government should just provide it for them. How? Well, I guess by taxing some people to pay for the healthcare.
But you said again, taxes is bad.
Yeah, I'm against that. So I think healthcare or anything, education would be another example. I don't think there's any right to an education if that means that other people should be forced to provide it for you by, for instance, being taxed to raise money to pay public schools, to fund public schools. I think you should have to pay for your education, or at least get a scholarship from someone who's voluntarily willing to help support you. So I think many people today, they think there are rights to certain things, which I don't think there are. And I think like the right to healthcare or right to education. And I think such so-called rights are actually violations of rights because they involve coercing people. And I think they're violations of freedom. So even if everyone or the vast majority of people in the US says they're in favor of freedom, I think they're not consistent about that if they support something like a so-called right to healthcare or education funded by coercive tax dollars.
So you just defined freedom in your own explanatory way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I define it in a way that I think makes sense. I don't think all definitions are equally valid. I mean, if
you think there's more broader term of freedom than your own?
Well, wasn't it George Orwell who said freedom is slavery? Wasn't that one of the slogans in his 1984? War is peace, freedom is slavery. I think many people have an incorrect concept of freedom. So
George Orwell did a lot of unexpected things that happened during when he was doing things in Europe, and then he came back just to criticize how leftist views think in order how free healthcare should be regulated, and education.
I've heard that he was a socialist, but he was critical of totalitarianism, and I think he wrote 1984 and maybe also Animal Farm to warn against those kind of totalitarian society. But I guess he wasn't that extreme himself, but he was a kind of a socialist. This is what I've heard, at least. But I would argue that socialism is not a pro-freedom society. I mean, they might speak in terms of freedom and say they want it, but I don't think they really do. I don't think they have a correct concept of freedom.
Well, everyone has their own version of freedom and how it's been used. Like the United States during when they invaded Vietnam, or when we had the Korean War.
So how does that connect to freedom?
Well, it was their depiction of what freedom looked like. You know what I mean? They did it because they were trying to push back towards a vision of authoritarian governments, which they supposedly think communists were trying to suppress majority of people during those wars.
So it was an anti-communist war. I would agree, though, that communism is not a system of freedom if it involves using force against individuals to make them contribute to a collective. Like if it abolishes private property and all the money you earn goes to the state, and then it's up to the state to distribute your earnings and everybody's earnings, and it's not up to you to decide how your earnings get spent. It's up to some bureaucrat in the state. I think that is a violation of freedom. But we could debate that. I mean, you say everyone has their own concept of freedom, or even if that's true, I don't think that means they're all equally valid. I think some are right and some are wrong.
And there's still some variants of leftism. That's why I don't advocate for a Marxist-Leninist state. In fact, I don't even advocate for a state at all. I don't even advocate for a bureaucracy or a totalitarian government at all. I want the elimination of a state.
So you're an anarchist?
I'm a syndicalist anarchist.
Okay. Well, I don't think anarchy is very hospitable to freedom. I'm concerned that in a state of anarchy, there would be gang warfare and maybe a cycle between that and dictatorship. Maybe if one gang gets the upper hand over everyone else, it then suppresses the others, and maybe after a while they get overthrown and some other gang comes to power. But I think my concern is there's just going to be a cycle of violence or a cycle of force.
You know what the concept of gangs really was created? How it was created?
No, how was it created?
It was through these white supremacists at the top, and what the people of color would do, they form these gangs in order to protect their communities against the white tea people.
Okay. Well, I don't know about the origin of the concept, but regardless of how it got started, I think there is such a thing as people joining together and taking the law into their own hands and dispensing out justice as they see fit, and not wanting there to be some government with a monopoly on the use of physical force. And that seems like a system where you wouldn't be very free, at least to me. I think I might be subject to much more force if I lived in a state of anarchy. And therefore, I think my freedom would be much more in danger than if there were a government with a constitution that was written to protect rights.
But even then, there's still not going to be there's still not going to be an individual way of like liberating yourself. That's what we like. That's what we believe. It's what we want to bring out. You know what I mean? Because it's not benefiting us in any way, and it's not that it's not like free. I mean, we just want it in a different sense, and you know what I mean? And it's not really brought upon us for bad intention. It's usually because we see flaws in the system that shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay. I'm just taking a look at my chat and my inbox to see if I got any messages that I need to attend to. Like, let's see, is Radcap still here? Where's my list? He's my mod for right now. Oh, I don't see Radcap. Maybe he left. I asked him to let me know if he has to leave, and maybe he did in the chat and I didn't see it. Let me take a quick look back. Radcap. Last chat I see from him is not about him having to leave. So maybe he just disappeared without leaving a message. Huh, I don't see him in there. Okay, well, maybe I'll have to keep an eye on the chat to moderate it myself then. Oh, I see somebody else just joined the guest list. Islam Ali. I remember seeing you last time. Maybe I'll take yours. Let me take a quick look at your page. Let's see, where is that? Oh, I can't. There's no 3 dots there. See, if you say something in the chat, then I can click on 3 dots next to your name. But if you just appear in the request list, it doesn't give me that option. Oh, there you are. Okay. Let me try this. Okay, there's not much on your profile, but what do you want to talk about, Islam Ali? Can you let me know in the chat? I was hoping to talk about natural rights. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. All right. Well, Monkey D Luffy, I'm going to take that call, but I do appreciate you calling in.
No, but it was a great conversation. I enjoyed it very briefly.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Thanks again. See ya.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So now I'm going to bring on Islam Ali, who wants to talk about natural rights.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
Hey.
Hey, just want to commend you on coming to TikTok. I think this is a great place to spread objectivism.
Oh, Well, I hope it is. It's been interesting so far.
Yeah. So I'm a huge fan of Rand. I mean, I watch the Euron Brook show like every day. So, but I was just hoping to get a little more clarification on sort of like where natural rights derive from in an objective morality, and I was also curious on how rights would apply if like, can someone give up their rights contractually? Like, can I contract with someone for them to like hypothetically murder me? Like, is that possible in a rational society, for example?
Okay. I'm taking some notes here. So natural rights, where do they come from? That was the first one. And then can you give up rights? Those are the two, or was there any more than
Yeah.
last? That's
Yeah.
it. Okay. So as for, maybe we should just start with the first. Where do they come from? Well, I sometimes use island cases. Have you come across my content before or elsewhere than on TikTok, or have you only
Oh
seen it
yeah,
here?
on YouTube.
On YouTube? Okay. All right. Well, maybe you've heard me talk about this before, but I sometimes like to bring up island cases. So if you imagine one person on an island, I don't think the issue of rights comes up at all.
Right.
But once you have another person on the island, then there's a question as to what is the appropriate way to interact with that person. Should you engage with him in a voluntary way, or should you interact with him by force, like try to make him your slave, for example? And what I think rights do is they identify a principle of interacting with other people. And the way objectivism fleshes out that idea is that you can, as long as you are not initiating force against someone else, then you can act as you choose. But you should respect the voluntary decisions of other people. And why? Well, because I think it's egoistic, and that's a more fundamental principle in objectivism. Egoism, you want to act in a way that benefits yourself, in a way that is conducive to your own happiness. And I think rights is a way to do that. If you don't respect other people's rights, I think you put yourself at war with other people, and you make enemies out of them, whereas they could be helping you. Like, they could be traders with you. You could work together and help each other survive. Like, if you're in this island case, one person could work on catching food, fishing, the other person could work on building a shelter, and then you could trade with each other and say, hey, I'll give you some of my fish if you let me sleep in this hut that you built. So you can live much better if you cooperate with others than you could trying to produce everything you need on your own. So there's an egoistic basis for having this kind of relationship with others, where you do engage with him in a voluntary rather than coercive way. If I try to force the other guy, then he might try to force me or kill me, and that's not good for me. Now, there are emergency cases which sometimes get brought up, where like a lifeboat case, where there's no peaceful long-run coexistence possible. Like, if two people are fighting over a lifeboat that can only hold one, then it could be justified in that case to initiate force. But that's an emergency case, not the typical case. But in the typical case, where long-run peaceful coexistence with other people is possible, I think the reason to respect rights is because it's in your interest to do so. So that's on the first point. Let me just pause there.
Yeah, that makes sense. And just to clarify, on these emergency situations, would you say that rights don't apply because, again, there's no egoistic respecting response here?
Yeah, I think that might be a good way to look at it. It's just not a context in which rights are relevant or applicable. I think the
Okay.
context in which rights apply is when a long run peaceful coexistence is possible. But when it's not possible, and it's either you kill or be killed, then that's not what we need rights for. It's not that kind of context. It's just kill or be killed. As we're like back to the level of animals, law of the jungle, eat or be eaten. So yeah, I think it makes sense to say rights just don't exist in that kind of context.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so do you want to go on to the next point?
Oh yeah. So these rights, can we give them up? I want to say yes, but how would that really look like in a society? Like, would the courts respect a contract that gives up a right?
So there's I'm not clear myself on what the limits are of appropriate contracts. I think you mentioned at one point, what if you want to give someone the right to murder you? Like, is that a legitimate thing to do? Well, one thought on that is maybe it's not actually murder. If you give someone permission to do it, then it would be like assisted suicide. Because murder, I take that to be you're taking somebody else's life without their consent. But if you want to die, let's say you're in an end of life case and you're suffering from some painful terminal illness and you want someone to help you out with assisted suicide, that wouldn't be murder. It's all consensual.
That makes sense.
But there are cases which I'm not sure what to say about. Let's say, well, there are many cases here. One is sexual reassignment surgery. So gender transition, I think it's sometimes called. Like if you contract with someone to cut off your male anatomy or your female anatomy, is that a legitimate contract? I mean, these perfectly healthy organs. Is it okay to contract with someone to cut those off? If so, what about arms? What if someone says, "Oh, I got this perfectly healthy arms"? Should I be able to contract with someone to cut off my arms and my legs? What does this have any limits? Now, I don't think children can consent to this kind of thing. But if we're talking about adults, consenting adults, there are some cases I'm not sure what to say about them. I guess right now I lean towards thinking that if someone wants to get a sex change operation, they should be able to do that. At least if they're of sound mind. Like sometimes you can say a contract is illegitimate because the person signed under duress, or they were insane, they're not of sound mind. And I think this is sometimes why elderly people, they have caretakers because they can't make decisions that are in their own interests. So they need a kind of guardian. They go back to the state that they were in children, where they can't consent to certain things. But if we're not talking about either of those, either someone who's too young or too old, but like take an adult in his prime, and you deem him to be of sound mind, then can that person consent to having their perfectly healthy limbs removed? Well, you might think, well, they couldn't be of sound mind if they're perfectly healthy. And
yeah, I was thinking that.
So that's like a contradictory situation to be in. So maybe that would just never come up. So that actually might be a grounds that could be used to say that that's an illegitimate kind of contract. No sane person would voluntarily consent to just have his arms removed. Now, there is a case, which I talked about on one of my YouTube live streams, of a woman who wanted to be blind. And there was even a name given to this disorder, BIID. I think it was bodily integrity identity disorder, something like that. And from the time she was a young child, she had a desire to be blind, and she had a psychotherapist, and she told him about this, and he actually agreed to help her become blind by pouring drain cleaner in her eyes. You can look this case up.
Wow.
And at first, I think that maybe she was in her 40s when this happened. At first, it seemed like it didn't work. She could still see a little bit. The next day, her eyes weren't completely destroyed, and she was upset about this. And then finally, I don't know how many days or weeks it took, the total blindness kicked in, and then she felt like more pleased. This is more who I am. Somehow she identified with being a blind person from a very young age. And as a kid, she said she would stare at the sun for minutes, I think, in order to hurt her own vision. So if you could show that someone has some very deep-seated, long-standing, like decades-long disorder, and it's persistent, it's not just they're doing this on a whim, it's really core to their identity, maybe that legitimizes it as someone who just has some kind of disorder. Maybe psychotherapy doesn't understand it at this point, but maybe in a case like that, you would say this person has a sound mind, but they just have a very rare kind of disorder. And I think it could be very difficult to decide in such cases, is this a real thing, or is this person just making something up? And maybe this just has to be worked out in the philosophy of law. Sometimes that's what philosophers do. If they don't have an answer, just, this is an issue of philosophy of law, let me just farm it out to them. But these are some cases I've wondered about, and I don't have a very firm answer. Like in this case, whether this woman, like this contract she signs with a psychotherapist to blind her, whether that should be regarded as a legitimate contract. I guess right now I kind of lean towards feeling, yeah, I guess so. But there might be other cases which I'm less clear about. I'll just pause there.
Yeah, man, great explanation. Thank you, Dan.
Sure. You're welcome. Anything else, or is that it?
I think that's it for now. I'll make another request as time goes on.
All right.
Thanks, Dan.
Sure. Thanks for the call. Okay. Well, I've been going for about 4 hours today. And sometimes I go for 7 hours on my YouTube live stream. But I don't know if I'm going to go that long today. I guess it depends partly on how many calls I get. Right now, there's no one else in the waiting room. Oh, yeah, there is somebody else. Someone just joined. But the username looks a little suspicious, so I'm not sure I want to take that. If that's you in the waiting room, can you tell me what you want to talk about? I'll see if I can look up your profile in the meantime. Oh, subjectivism and abortion. Okay. You mean abortion, right? Someone else was saying AB before. I guess because that's a sensitive word on TikTok. All right, we can do at least a short call, at least if I take a look at your profile and it seems okay. Let me see if I can find you. Oh, here we go. All right, not much content there. All right. Do you agree to be civil and serious? Yes? Okay. All right. I'll take your call. See how it goes. Now, this might be shorter because I don't know if I want to do as long a call as I did before. But I'll give it at least a little time. Except... All right.
Hello.
Hello. So you want to talk about
Hi. So,
subjectivism and abortion?
yeah.
Okay. Which one do you want to start with?
I guess I would like to hear the argument for abortion or the
Okay.
reasonings behind it.
All right. So I've done 2 abortion talks already today, but I'll say some about that because people join at different times, of course, so not everyone's going to hear everything. So with abortion, I think the fetus or the embryo is not yet an entity. It's not physically separate in the relevant sense of entity. I don't think it's an entity. And I think only certain kinds of entities have rights. Human beings are entities. We are physically separate from each other. I think you have rights. I have rights. But if you are inside of another person, or you're growing on the inside of a person, I don't think you are an entity. And I think being an entity is a necessary, though not sufficient, condition of having rights. Like a rock, that's an entity. It's some thing in the world separate from me and from you, but I don't think rocks have rights. So being an entity is not sufficient for having rights, but I think it's at least one necessary condition. I think only individual human beings have rights, and the fetus is not an individual human being. He's not an individual yet because he hasn't yet been individuated from the mother. He's just a part of the mother, not an individual. So I don't think it has rights, and I'll pause there.
Okay. So you said rocks can be entities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But they don't have rights.
Correct.
All right. So how does something get rights?
By being a human being, for one thing. I think that maybe that's sufficient. If you're a human being, I think you have rights. I think the point of rights is to enable human beings to interact with each other in a mutually beneficial way.
Do animals have rights?
No, I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm. Well, that seems problematic. Well, like, do you think we should just like do some like major extinction for all animals, or like should we be able to do some like absurd things to animals?
Legally, I think we should, but morally, I don't think we should. So I think it's immoral to torture animals, for example. But I think legally, people should be able to. And if someone does that, I would ostracize them, not have anything to do with them, boycott them, shun them, shame them. But I don't think there should be a law against it. I just think it would be immoral if someone did that.
Well, I take it that, well, I'm not sure in regards to your how your applied ethics works, but like usually I take it that somebody's normative position would constitute some applied ethical position, which do affect people's like positions on like politics and stuff. So that's kind of like where it's not clicking for me. But then that's fine, because it just seems that we're you kind of straight into like if it's morally permissible, but then the rights talk is, I mean, we don't really have to go into the rights talk, but you said that it is objectively morally wrong.
To torture animals, I think, is morally wrong.
And how so?
Well,
How
if
is it
you're
objective?
objective, I think there's, I don't know how long it would take me to try to explain that, but I think there's
Well, you say
something
you're a
corrupt.
Randian, so I have a vague understanding of Randian objectivism, but to some extent, it kind of like reduces down to egoism too, from my understanding.
That is part of Rand's view. She is pro-egoism, but I think it's anti-egoism to torture animals just for no reason. I mean, if you're doing medical research, that's one thing, and I think that's legitimate. You're getting some kind of rational value from them, but if it's not that, if you're just torturing them for thrills, I think there's something really sick and twisted about that, and there's something corrupt in your psychology if causing senseless pleasure like that gives you thrills. Now, maybe if you have a really warped psychology, maybe if you're Hannibal Lecter or something from the movie Silence of the Lambs, and maybe if you're some kind of psychopath and there's nothing that can change you, like no psychotherapy, then maybe for that person it would be egoistic to torture an animal or torture a human. But at least for normal human beings who aren't psychopaths, I think it would be immoral and irrational to torture animals.
Well, yeah, so I see what you're saying, but I have a couple of issues because if animals aren't the kinds of entities that have rights, or if under your view they're basically like rocks, then we wouldn't even give rocks rights. So I feel like there's like some absurdity there, because if it's just merely, well, and I'm not saying there's a contradiction, I'm just saying it doesn't seem intuitive to me that a rock and an animal would be the kind similar types of things. And in regards to what is a rational person, well, it seems to me that I would need you to explain what fulfills an entity to be a rational kind, like what makes their actions irrational, I guess, and how are you following a standard of what is like morally permissible?
Okay. Well, first on rocks and animals, I don't think they're not identical. Certainly, there's what's similar is that I think neither has rights, but what's not similar is my moral evaluation of the way you treat them. So if you step on a rock or crush it with a hammer, that's not morally bad necessarily. But if you do that to an animal without good reason, like you're not doing medical research on or something, I think that's corrupt. So, one has consciousness and the other doesn't. One can feel pleasure or pain and then the other can't. So they're certainly not identical in some very important ways, but I think they are identical in that neither has rights. Just in that respect, I think they're the same.
Okay. So so they're just, okay, so you would say that they're the same kind of entities, but
well, no, they're different kinds of entities. One kind of entity can feel pain and the other can't. They're both entities, but they're different kinds of entities.
Well, so you're so they're different kinds of entities. That's all you're saying.
Yeah, and the fetus is not an entity at all. That's my view.
Well, what kind of, okay, if it's not an entity, well, like what are some conditions for what an entity is then? Because it seems to me that all an entity under your view is like, if a rock is an entity, then I would assume almost anything that has like particles is an entity.
It's not physically separate. That's the fetus, that is not physically separate. Whereas a rock just out in the world is. So that's the condition I'm
Well,
using, or at least one condition I'm using to define what is or is not an entity.
well, I think that's like problematic because it seems kind of vague because I can just stipulate, well, we're all connected, we're all entities that cannot be separated from Earth. Like if you took me out of certain conditions, such as like Earth, like where I need oxygen, I need like certain elements to exist, then at that point I wouldn't be an entity because I don't satisfy certain conditions without Earth. Does that make sense?
I think you would still be an entity if you're in outer space. You wouldn't last long. I mean, you would become a dead entity. You're a living entity on Earth, but if you're taken to a environment where you can't breathe, like outer space, and you don't have a spacesuit or an oxygen tank, you'd still be an entity, but you would quickly become a dead entity because you're still an entity because you're physically separate from your surroundings.
But I mean, wouldn't that apply to a fetus? Because I just take a fetus to be a human being that cannot survive outside of the woman's body. And just
Well-
like I would just be a human being that can't survive without Earth. So the only condition is like some environmental condition.
Well, I think maybe the way you're looking at it is different because the fetus is on the inside of another person, and I take that to mean it's not physically separate from the mother. At least it's not separate in the way that it's separate once it's born. That's a much different sort of separation. I mean, I would say it's a part of an entity, like your teeth. Right? Your teeth are parts of you. But if you have a tooth pulled, and now it's out in the world, it's its own thing, it's physically separate from you, that's when it becomes an entity in the sense I'm talking about, and not just a part. But so long as the fetus is on the inside of the mother, I think it's a part of an entity rather than an entity in its own right.
Well, I'm trying to figure out is there like a symmetry breaker between like, because what I'm not understanding is like in regards to the fetus and the woman's body, the fetus is inside of the woman's body. The woman's body is like this entity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, you like in regards to like a human is like a specific kind of entity that's on inside of Earth. And if I take the human outside of this entity, I just don't see like how these entities are distinguished besides them just having some kind of conscious state, because you're saying that the only thing that makes a human like a woman a specific kind of entity is because they're conscious. But then that seems to me that that's what you care about, not just the entity. It seems like you care about more than just like the entity itself. You care about certain conditions of the entity.
I'm not sure if you were saying that I said that consciousness is relevant to being an entity.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
Yeah,
it's I didn't
be
say,
a kind of entity.
Well, yeah, it's relevant to being a certain kind of entity, but it's not relevant to being an entity. So you can be an entity with or without consciousness. But I don't think the human is you said the human is part of the Earth, but if you take it out of to outer space, now it's separate from the Earth. I guess I don't see it as I don't see that relation in the same way I see the relation between the fetus and the mother. And I think the place we start when we're learning about the world is just looking out with our senses. And like I'm looking around me right now and I see various things in my environment that I would call entities. Like this water bottle is an entity, and this phone is an entity, and there's a pencil, that's an entity. That's where I think we get the basic idea of an entity or a thing or an object, different terms you could use here. But then when you start taking a very different sort of perspective and you're imagining a person floating out from the earth into outer space, that's a somewhat different context. So if we're sticking with the starting context, we're just observing things around us in our immediate environments. That's the sense I'm talking about when I say the fetus is not an entity, but the mother is. The fetus is not some separate thing out there in the world like my phone is or like the pencil is. There might be another context, as you were saying, where you could see the human as part of some larger whole, like it's part of the earth. But I think that is a somewhat different context.
Well, I guess because you're saying that the woman is this entity that of a special kind, and I'm assuming you're saying it's of a rational kind, which is conscious, right? That's what makes this entity special, I guess, or unique, right, from other kinds of entities.
That's what makes human beings unique. I think most fundamentally is that they have a rational consciousness. Like Aristotle defined man or humans as the rational animal. I think that's a good definition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. I don't have no problem with that. But now it's, I just don't see how that equates to it being like morally permissible, because I can agree that we are the types of beings or the types of entities, how you say it, that are of the rational kind. But then I don't see how that leads to the moral permissibility of ending the life of another human being. Unless, but again, maybe let's say the life of a different entity, if you don't take it that fetuses are. Because at that point, it seems to me that there's a certain stage of development where I think you would say that the fetus is a human entity, right?
Well, I would say it's a human entity once it's born, and it is separate from the mother.
So like born. So do you take it like the woman should have the ability to have an abortion at like 12 or like 9 months?
Yeah.
Like even if it's coming out of the, have you heard of like I forgot what the kind of reductio is called, but like just imagine the mom has is starting like dilating and you see it crowning. Is it still morally permissible to end the life of that human being even though it's still inside of her body?
I think maybe so. I've said before that maybe, and I didn't originate this, but another person, an objectivist philosopher, said that it's when you cut the umbilical cord, that's really when it becomes fully separate. And at that point, it gets rights. So, and that way you can expect it, right? Inspect it and see if there's any defects, which maybe you couldn't detect when it was in the womb. And I don't have a super strong view on that. Like, should we draw the line when you cut the umbilical cord or when it's halfway out or when it's crowning? I don't know that I have a very strong view on that, but just to keep it simple, I'll say certainly before those points, when it's completely in the womb, I don't think it's yet a human being. It's a potential human being, but not yet an actual human being. That's what I think.
Okay. Yeah, well, from there, to me, that just seems incredibly problematic, because I don't think people would be of the intuition that a woman should have the right to literally unalive the baby during crowning, right? It seems incredibly unintuitive. And maybe that's like maybe you're consistent in that thinking, but to me or to a lot of people, it would be just like an absurdity.
Well, I don't think I said during crowning. I said when it's completely inside the mother. I'm okay with saying that should be regarded as not yet a human being. So if crowning is once the head starts to come out, well, then it's no longer completely inside the mother. So I guess right now, at least, I would only want to say that it's not a human being because it's not yet an entity. It's not physically separate to any degree.
But it's
not
also
even the
not
crown.
physically separate when it's crowning.
Well, there I think it starts to become a little bit murky because is the top of the head separate? But the chest is not separate. The feet are not separate, but the hairs on its head are separate from.
Yeah, I mean, I take the whole being to be like a unity, right? I don't take it that. I mean, I understand that you think like maybe a hair pulling out a hair would make. Is the hair still the entity? Like I wouldn't take it, but yeah, I just don't. I don't see how that is not problematic under like most people's like intuitions. I don't even think most pro-choicers would hold that during crowning you should take the life, because it seems to me that when the entity's crowning, that like you say that you're not 100% sure. So I'll grant you that maybe like under your view it's vague, but I just take it to be problematic. Like how much of the entity is like permissible? Like does their shoulders, what counts as it okay to like unalive the being?
So
I'm sorry, but you said it was the whole entity. So as long as the whole entity's still inside,
yeah.
I mean, but then you have cases that there are like premature babies that are born that are able to exist, but they're not separate entities. That to me also seems problematic.
Okay. Well, it doesn't seem problematic to me, and I understand many people have different views on this, but I go by what makes sense to me, not the majority. So Ayn Rand has some very radical ideas. She's in favor of selfishness or self-interest. And most people are opposed to that, at least to some degree. But I disagree with them. I think what she says about it makes sense. So I understand this view is not accepted by many people, even what you called pro-choicers. I don't use that term for myself. And I wouldn't call the other side pro-life either, because I think they're anti-life. They're, at least if we are talking about the life that matters, the lives of actual human beings, as opposed to merely potential human beings. I think they're giving priority to the not yet human. But this is a radical view, a radical philosophy, and I accept that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think, and this is not a criticism to you, but like, I think that maybe that would be evidence towards not holding the view because of how unintuitive it is, right? And maybe it like, sure, it's logically consistent, but the mustache man was also logically consistent in things, but we would say that his views were
oh, sorry,
moral
actually,
in
let me
any
get the
sense, right?
soundboard there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So we wouldn't hold the mustache man's. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
What is the mustache man case? I don't know that.
We can't say it on TikTok, but it rhymes with Schmittler.
Oh. Well, I don't think he was rational and not consistent with the requirements of life and happiness. I think he was at war with those things. So I certainly would not put my views in
Well, they're not
the same
rational.
category.
Yeah, I never said they're rational, but Could they have been consistent, logically consistent?
Not with the requirements of a happy human life.
You're just talking about flourishing, right?
Well, there's different ways you could put it. That might be another good term to use, flourishing. I don't think he was consistent with a flourishing life.
So well, I just take flourishing to be like to fulfill happiness or to achieve happiness.
We can go with that for now. It might need some refinement, but I do think happiness is the purpose of life, or the proper purpose of life. And Rand says, like, it's in some places it's the highest moral purpose. And I don't think Hitler was, or whatever word we're going to use, was acting in a way that was conducive to his or other people's happiness. I think he was acting in a way that was destructive of his and other people's happiness.
Well, I guess that's where we can like branch off into objectivism and subjectivism then. So, if you're taking an egoistic position, what? Sorry, hold up. Are you taking the egoist position?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if you take the egoist position and you say, well, Hitler was, or sorry, Schmidler, my bad. If he wasn't achieving his true happiness and wasn't allowing other people to fulfill their true happiness, but under your position, egoism is just trying to fulfill certain like conditions towards happiness that are for you. And I'm curious as to how you come to know what these, I guess, true conditions of happiness are, because to me it would seem that he fulfilled his conditions for happiness. He was potentially happy that he was doing the actions that he committed. I would like to know how or what conditions are you talking about when you're saying he wasn't happy or he didn't make other people happy? Like, what are those conditions?
Okay. Yeah, I certainly don't think he was fulfilling any happiness conditions. Quite the opposite. He was destroying happiness. So I think it's a lot of it has to do with your own observations in life. Like, what do you observe in your own life helps you be happy? Does it help you to be happy, to screw other people over, to violate their rights, to lie, cheat, steal, rape, murder people, rob? Or does that undercut your own happiness? I think you can observe that acting, I mean, not that everyone has done all these things, but if you act in these kinds of ways, I think you can observe negative effects on your own life. It will ruin your relationships with other people. I think it will cause you to feel guilty, undercut your own self-respect, your own self-esteem. And abstracting away from your own experience, you can say, well, this dictator of Nazi Germany, he's another human being just like I am. So he's not some alien species who has different requirements for his survival and his happiness. So if it causes me to feel this way, I can extrapolate and say, well, it likely at least causes him to feel this way as well. Now, if you don't think it would cause you to feel badly or cause any destructive effects on your own life, well, then maybe we should talk about that. So, because if you don't even see it in your own case, I don't think you would be able to extrapolate to somebody else's cases and say it's going to make him feel bad. So does it make you feel good? Do you think it would be good for your life and happiness to murder other people and rape other people, steal from them, lie, cheat,
No,
steal?
absolutely. Yeah. Definitely not for me.
Okay. So why would it be different for some other individual? Or do you think it would be?
Yeah, I would think it would be, because I don't think I would say, well, I would need to understand your theory of objectivism and how you're coming to know these are like truth conditions as to what is actually morally permissible, right? Because it seems to me he was acting in a way where things are actually morally permissible to do. And if that's the case, he probably felt good about fulfilling those conditions. And there are people out there that don't have the same, like, I guess, happiness conditions for like as me, right? There are people have all sorts of preferences. I don't see how that would lead us to think that it's objective if it's contingent on the person.
Well, people do have some, there is some variation in people's preferences, but I think there's also limits. Like maybe I prefer a career as a philosopher and somebody else prefers a career as a dentist. Somebody else prefers a career as a chef. I think these are all legitimate options, but if you prefer a career as a bank robber or as an axe murderer, I don't think that is legitimate. I think for anybody, that's not going to be conducive to their own happiness.
But what makes it legitimate, not legitimate? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, maybe one way to answer that is to say whether it's consistent with promoting your own life and happiness. If it does that, then it's legitimate. And if not, not. And I don't think there's anyone for whom being an axe murderer is going to promote their own life and happiness. Unless we can stipulate we're talking about a psychopath, and like Hannibal Lecter, who I mentioned before. Now, I'm actually doubtful anyone could live that kind of life and actually be happy. Maybe they could get some kind of sick, what I would call sick, twisted pleasure in the moments, but I don't think it's what I would call happiness. But if we just stipulate for the sake of arguments that they are a kind of being which can only get happiness by killing other people, innocent people, then I would say I don't have an objection to them doing that. But I would try to lock them up and kill them before they kill me or any other innocent people. But then we're almost dealing with a different species. It's kind of like a bear. Like if a bear attacks a human being in the woods and kills the person, I wouldn't morally blame the bear. If it's, hungry, it needs a meal. I just recognize this is a different type of species. It survives in a different way. And I might try to shoot the bear or kill it before it kills me, but I wouldn't morally blame it. And it's kind of like that if we're stipulating there's some type of human, which I'll put in quotes, since if this is the type of human which supports its own life and happiness by killing other innocent people, then I just, I can understand why it would do that, and I wouldn't blame it, but I would just try to kill it before it kills me. But I don't think it shows, like, for normal people who are not this kind of strange psychopath, that it's subjective as to how they act in terms of whether they kill other people. And, it's not my cup of tea, but hey, if you want to kill other people, okay. No, you have to be seriously different in your nature for that to be a legitimate kind of choice. And again, if we're talking about a reality here, I'm doubtful there's actually any person with human DNA who would actually be happy in this kind of way. But that's almost nobody, if it's anybody. I don't think it's anybody, actually.
Well, I think I still see a couple of problems. So one of the problems is, well, it seems like the objectivist, position still relies on other states of minds, right? It relies on whether, like, let's say, for example, the axe murderer, that person, whether they're doing something objectively morally right, seems still contingent on me. So that would still be, I would say that doesn't seem objective. It seems like it's still subjective to my preferences because I don't agree with those preferences. And if all you're saying is that, oh, well, the entity, because it does certain actions that don't align with my personal moral values, that would be, that's like reason to believe that. I wouldn't know if I could take that as like a reason to believe objectivism. And another problem would be, well, this seems, I would say that this can run afoul to some kind of logical problem, because if you're saying that, well, like if I stipulate, like if we imagine a world where people are okay with like schmexually assaulting each other, and it promotes their happiness, technically in that world nothing is actually wrong. It's just all they like, nobody's actually harming each other other than the schmexual assault, but that itself is still a problematic thing that they're doing.
Well, you can invent all kinds of strange hypotheticals, but I don't think they show what you think they show. If what you think they show is that in the actual world, it's just subjective as to whether someone sexually assaults someone or not. It's just a difference of opinion, and there's I think if we are talking about the actual world, I mean, we could say the same thing about a non-egoistic view. Let's say you're a utilitarian and you think that you should do what's good for the greatest number. And we stipulate as part of our hypothetical that somehow it's good for the greatest number if you go around sexually assaulting people. Well, is that a good thing to do? Well, yeah, I guess you have to say it is, according to utilitarianism or altruism. If somehow we stipulate that it's good for other people for you to sexually assault others, then you should do that. But if we're talking about reality, how are things actually, then I don't think it's plausible that it's in your self-interest to go around doing that.
Well,
So
I agree.
I want to deal with actual reality.
Mhm. Well, one thing is that from my understanding, a worldview must at least attempt to address certain like problematic or logical problems. And I would take that position. Well, first of all, would you say in the sexual assault world, in that hypothetical, are they doing something wrong objectively, or is nothing wrong happening?
If part of the hypothetical is that that's how someone achieves happiness, then I would say no, it's not wrong to do that. So I don't think there's any duties, like categorical imperatives, to use Kantian language. I think there are hypothetical imperatives. If you want such and such, then you should do so and so. And I think if you want happiness, then you have to do certain things that will help you achieve that. And I don't think there is any higher goal than happiness or anything more worthy of pursuing. So if we now stipulate as part of the thought experiment that this thing like sexual assault leads to happiness, then I think you should do it. And I don't think there's any categorical imperative that says, no, you shouldn't do it no matter what. Or for the bear, like I shouldn't say, it's wrong to kill people, even if you're a bear, no matter what kind of entity you are, no matter what your nature is, no matter whether you're a bear or Hannibal Lecter or a normal human being, you should just never kill a human being. No, I wouldn't say that. There's no categorical duty like that. There's only hypothetical imperatives.
Well, I can agree. I'm not too familiar with like categorical imperatives. I'm semi-familiar, but to me, it seems like the worldview. If it's logically possible that in your worldview, it's actually morally permissible to commit SA, I would take that as another absurdity. And I don't think, again, when I take it to say that a lot of people would disagree, I wouldn't say that makes a position true or false. I would just take that as evidence to suggest that the position is a lot less likely than other more reasonable or parsimonious positions.
Well, the notion of logical possibility, I think that's problematic the way it's often understood. But I also want to say it's not specific to my view that sexually assaulting someone is morally permissible if you're going to allow these kinds of hypotheticals. It's also true on any consequentialist view. I don't know if that's the right way to think of egoism, but any non-duty approach to ethics. So this is also true for utilitarianism. It's SA is logically possible if you're a utilitarian, just that it is for if you're an egoist. It's also possible if you're an altruist. All we have to do is stipulate for the hypothetical that it will lead to the greatest good, the greatest number, or it will best serve other people to engage in SA. If that's true, should you support it? Well, yeah, they have to say yes, it would. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, but isn't Rand's position somewhat like a divergent position, or like her own understanding of like Aristotelian ethics in regards to like, well, I haven't read too much about her, but does she hold that there are like virtuous or vices in her normative position?
Yes, she does identify virtues. 7 of them, in fact. Rationality is the basic virtue, and that has aspects to it. And to unpack what rationality consists of, she identifies these 6 other virtues, which I could just rattle off: independence, integrity, honesty, justice, productiveness, and pride. Those are the ones she identifies. And then there are vices which oppose each of those. Like evasion would be a type, at least, of irrationality. Dishonesty would be the vice opposite to honesty. Dependence or second-handedness would be a vice opposing independence. I hear my AirPod sound just told me the battery's getting low, so I gotta switch out to the other one. Hold on just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I'm good to go. So yeah, she does identify virtues and vices, and Aristotle does overlap to some extent with Rand, but there are also some differences between her view and Aristotle's.
Yeah, my understanding is that she added the egoist position into the Aristotelian ethics, but
I think Aristotle was an egoist, a type of egoist.
I haven't really. I've read some Aristotelian philosophy, like some contemporary Aristotelian philosophers. None of them I have read saying that he was an egoist. Maybe it could be possible. From what I've read, it doesn't seem that he was an egoist, but I could be wrong. Just like the contemporary material doesn't mention it too much. But I've heard people say that he could have been an egoist, but none of the material that I've read on it like leads me to believe that he was.
Well, it depends. I think it depends somewhat on what you take an egoist to be, but I think he is not an egoist if that means this kind of conventional view of a egoist as someone who lies, cheats, steals, is a rude jerk, tramples over other people's rights, like the kind of Nietzschean view of egoism. But if it just means someone who is pursuing his own interests, I think he does support that, as Rand does, and he regards happiness as the highest good, eudaimonia, which is sometimes translated flourishing. So the individual's own flourishing or happiness is seen by Aristotle as the highest good, and I think that's a very egoist thing to pursue and to regard as the highest value.
Well, I don't want to go too deep into that. Like, you might be right. Just the material I read in Nicomachean Ethics and his other later works, a lot of it talks about the language he uses compared to like Randians doesn't lead me to believe that he was an egoist. But again, I could be wrong. I haven't read it in a minute. But yeah, like from my understanding, like, so we can cut this short because I know you've been here on a long time. The whole your position to me, like you said, if it is the case that all these other theories of like these other ethical theories run to the same problem, I'm not saying that they wouldn't run to the same problem, but they might run into it in a different way where it's more like, I guess, palatable for our people, because it would seem that under certain other views, they would completely disagree. Now, I guess before we end this, are you an objectivist in the moral realist sense or an anti-realist sense?
Let me just say before I answer that, I don't think it's a problem that I don't know if I said that earlier, but I don't think it's a problem that these various views would run into. I think it's just irrelevant. I don't think it's a knock against these views that they would have this implication. I mean, it's maybe I'm trying to. What if I said, like, if banging your head against a concrete wall led to your own happiness, or if banging your head against the concrete wall led to the greatest good of the greatest number, if you're a utilitarian, or if banging your head against the concrete wall best served others, if you're an altruist, should you do it? Yeah, sure. Every theory would answer the same way, but I don't see this as a problem for any theories. I think it's just irrelevance or uninteresting logical implication. I don't see it as some kind of problem they face.
Well, I would think certain positions would just, I would see that, yeah, some positions would just bite the bullet and be like, yeah, that's not problematic.
I don't see it. I don't think it's a bullet. It's just a silly hypothetical.
But what I mean in regards to a bullet, I would say that there's some logical absurdity. Now, there's no contradictions, but to a lot of people, it would be like, yeah, like, this line of thinking is enough to persuade me away from this. And I take it that theories of like your philosophy, the theories that you propose, I'm assuming what you're trying to do is you're trying to convince other people of that philosophy, especially if it has to do with some political implication. And if one of the end goals is to normalize certain political implications, then I would just take it that this one is unpalatable, or it just wouldn't be something that the common folk or the layman would ever subscribe to.
Well, my primary goal is not to persuade other people. It's to live my own life and pursue my own happiness. But I don't think there's any. I think the problem is on the other side, the side that would take a duty kind of ethics and say, no matter what the consequences of some action are, it's just wrong to engage in SA or killing someone or lying. Like even if a Nazi knocks on your door asking if you're holding any Jews in the attic, you can't lie because the Bible says thou shalt not lie. That's the kind of dogmatic religious morality that I think is absurd and makes no sense. Not a conditional, hypothetical sort of morality. So I think if you think about it enough, I think you would see that the opposite view is absurd and makes no sense. That's what I would argue, at least.
Okay, yeah. Well, I guess I would just have to see other positions, but in regards to your position, it just to me would too many. There were just like again, for me there would be too many bullets to bite in regards to certain logical implications, because I would take it that at least there would have to be some logical coherency in regards to the normative positions. But then I guess we kind of went down that rabbit hole. Now I would, before we end, or I guess my last question was, do you take morals to be like what do you take objectivism to be?
Well, in a nutshell, it's the philosophy of Ayn Rand, but there are different senses of the word objective. There's a metaphysical sense and there's an epistemological sense, and I think they both have their place. I don't think either is invalid, but I think so. The metaphysical sense is mind independence, and I think that's often the sense used in the moral realism versus anti-moral realism debate.
Yeah, that's what I take it to be. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think there are objective moral truths in that sense. I think moral truths are something that human beings grasp. So there's no just fact out there in the world apart from anyone grasping it that says honesty is good or dishonesty is bad. I think we reach moral conclusions by using our mind and observing our experiences and what happened last time I lied, or what happened when I was honest. What were the effects of that? And figuring out, what was there? Did this cause me lots of problems? Did I have to invent more lies to cover up the first lie? Did the whole thing explode in my face one day and then I lose some friends over it?
I'm sorry to interrupt. You said there was a metaphysical sense, and what was the other sense you said there was?
Epistemological.
Oh, epistemological. Okay.
Yeah. There's also a moral sense, but I think that might be a subcategory within the epistemological. But the mind independent sense, I don't think that. So I think morality is agent relative. So it exists. There's nothing that's just good. Like a banana is not just good, period. It's good for some agents and for some purpose. Like it might be good for a monkey to help for the purpose of surviving. It might be good for a human for the purpose of surviving, but it's not just good, period. So I think that agent relativity might distinguish my view and Rand's view from people who get called moral objectivists or moral realists. But there's, on the other side, I don't think morality is what's often called subjective. Now, I think that gets into the epistemological sense. There's also a metaphysical sense of subjective where it means something is just mind or in the mind. Like if you're an idealist, a metaphysical idealist, I think that would be a type of subjectivism. Reality just is whatever you perceive. Well, maybe that's not a good formulation. There's a sense in which that might be true, actually. But let me not try to... I might confuse things if I go down that route. I'll just say there is I do think there's a mind independent reality. Like, even if my mind doesn't exist, or even if no one's mind exists, there's still a world. It's just that no one perceives it. No one's aware of it. So there is an objective reality. But then the epistemological sense of objective, I think, means that you do have a mind and you're using it in a way that enables you to be aware of this mind independent reality. So if you base your conclusions on facts, on evidence, on logic, then you could be said to follow an objective method. Whereas if you just go by feelings or hunches, then it would be subjective. So I gave an example earlier. I don't know if it was in today's stream or a previous day, but imagine a child who says, Trump is bad, a 5-year-old. Now, is that an objective opinion or a subjective one? Well, if you ask the child, what are your reasons for saying Trump is bad? And he says, oh, well, because he lied about stealing the election. He actually tried to steal the election, and then that led to January 6th. And he has these policies, which I think are very bad. Like, he wants there to be tariffs. So the kid can give you some reasons. And if he does that, I think you could say his opinion is objective, at least assuming he gives you valid reasons. Like if you made stuff up and said, well, Trump is a werewolf or something, and that's why I think he's bad, then I wouldn't say that's objective. But if he bases his opinion on actual facts about Trump, then it would be subjective, as opposed to what? Well, let's say I ask the kid, why do you think Trump is bad? And he says, oh, I don't know. I feel like he's bad because mom and dad were talking about him and they were using a mean tone of voice. And I guess I just believe it because my mom and dad don't seem to like him, and I just kind of picked up their view. I wouldn't say then he has a objective opinion about Trump. I'd say that's a subjective opinion. It's just feeling based. It's not fact based. So in that sense of objective, that's the epistemological sense. If you're using your mind in a certain way that enables you to evaluate or observe the facts by following logic and giving evidence, then you can say you're being objective. I don't want to go on for too long. Let me stop there and see if you want to jump in.
No, I mean, that's it. Maybe I'll hop on another time because I also have to start running. But
Okay.
I would say, yeah, this was a good conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for calling in. I do appreciate it. And yeah, maybe we can talk again sometime.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right. I got to end the stream. I see someone else is asking if they can come up next. If this were much earlier in the stream, you could come up. Leftist Blondie shared the live. Thank you. I didn't know you were here. I appreciate that. I know you a little bit because we had some interaction in DMs briefly. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe if you wanted to come on, I would talk to you because I know you some, but, if it's someone I don't know at all, I think I'm going to pass on it for now, and maybe we can talk in another stream. I've been going for over 5 hours if you include the stream before this, which I ended because it got flagged by TikTok, maybe because of what someone said in chat. You waited so long. I'm sorry. Yeah, sometimes it goes that way. Maybe if you send me money, you can incentivize me to take your call. I do have a PayPal open. I might sometime another day. Okay. Yeah, maybe another day. I don't have a regular schedule so far, at least. So I'm not sure when the next stream I'm going to do is. I also stream on YouTube, but I don't have a set schedule on when I do that. I used to be every 5 days, but now that I'm also doing TikTok streams, that changes how often I might stream on YouTube. So anyways, hopefully we can connect some other time. You can also DM me. Maybe we could set something up if you want, or you can just try to catch me randomly. But it might be, you might end up waiting longer than you'd like if we don't set something up in advance, because I don't know what calls I'm going to be getting and how long the calls might be. But anyway, if anyone wants to send me PayPal, you can incentivize me to take your call. Dan Norton 11. That's my PayPal handle. All right, but I'm going to end the stream for now. Thanks everyone for coming by. Thank you for all the likes and the gifts and the shares. And maybe I'll put this on YouTube as I did with my previous TikTok stream. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. See you next time, everyone.